Being Muslim, playing in Ramadan is very tough. Despite that, we actually won the regional online tournaments 5.
Collect them! Let's go!
I spent on and off about 2 years homeless. Throughout all of the homelessness, the one thing that I did keep was my computer.
When I was 19 years old, I decided to take a break for a few years and join the army.
The feeling to win is you feel relieved. You feel like everything that you've done paid off.
There was just so many emotions when we won. Lots of tears of joy.
Being able to turn around and win the first summer circuit was just the best feeling.
Thank you for all the support, dude. Thank you for all the love, man.
Being Muslim playing in Ramadan is very tough. Despite that, we actually won the regional online tournaments 5.
Collect them! Let's go!
I spent on and off about 2 years homeless. Throughout all of the homelessness, the one thing that I did keep was my computer.
When I was 19 years old, I decided to take a break for a few years and join the army.
The feeling to win is you feel relieved. You feel like everything that you've done paid off.
There was just so many emotions when we won. Lots of tears of joy.
Being able to turn around and win the first summer circuit was just the best feeling.
Thank you for all the support, dude. Thank you for all the love, man.
The Apex Legends Global Series Summer Circuit comes to a head today as the best of the best face off with fans and casters in tow. The ALGS family is coming to you live to break down all the final circles, epic plays, and ridiculous rat strats that only the playoffs can provide. Let's get it.
Are you ready? It's finally here. This is the Apex Legends Global Series Summer Circuit Playoffs, where the best Apex Legends competitors in the world battle in their super regions to take their shot at playing for glory, bragging rights, and their share of the $140,000 prize pool. Today, we witness which Apex South team will claim the title of ALGS Summer Circuit Super Regional Champion.
The hunt begins.
To get here, the teams earned their right to represent their region in one of 3 ways. The first was to secure a top 3 placement in any of the 4 ALGS Summer Circuit Super Regionals. An honor earned by such teams as ExoClan, Invictus Gaming, and Wolfpack Arctic. Teams could also land a coveted playoff spot by racking up their ALGS points throughout the summer circuit. And finally, the last 4 spots for each super region were secured by placing first and second in the regional last chance qualifiers. A do-or-die event, putting some of the best remaining regional teams to the test. Now that the top 20 APAC South teams in the ALGS Summer Circuit have emerged, it's time to begin the final series of battles to determine who amongst them will be crowned as champion of their super region. With so many variables in team comps and strats, which meta will emerge victorious? And once the ring begins to close, forcing the players together, it's time for a whole new world of possibilities. And with a newly altered map, new buffs, new guns, and the newest legend, Rampart, entering the ALGS rotation, we expect new and unseen metas, and other surprises to emerge. It's time to find out which teams are going to surprise us. Who will pull out those devious, notorious rat strats? Who is going to outshoot, outthink, and outplay their rivals? Who's pushing the Bolts and Mastiffs? And who's sitting back with a Kraber? Ready up and settle in. Welcome to the ALGS Summer Circuit Super Regional Playoffs.
Legacy comes from the mark you leave.
The time is finally here. APAC South, what up, Fallout here, joined alongside the one and only, one of the best personalities in Apex. It's Guy Blaze.
John, can we hear your beautiful voice?
Uh-oh, you lost me? You heard my beautiful voice. You scared me for a second there, brother. We are live with APAC South region, and we are so incredibly excited for the very first time to be bringing you an official ALGS broadcast to highlight some of the best teams in Thailand, in Australia, in Indonesia, and so many other countries within the APAC South region. Blaze, how you doing, my friend?
I'm doing fantastic, man. That was on me, as always. But anywho, man, I am doing fantastic here. Getting ready for this APAC South playoff, man. We've already crowned 2 victors today. We got one in APAC North and one in Americas. And that was Blackbird Ventus over there in the APAC North region. We got CLG this morning, well, this afternoon when it came down to North America. So I'm down to crown our 3rd winner and have a blast with you tonight, as it is super late over here on the West Coast and the East Coast.
That's exactly right. But you know what? 3rd of 4 tournaments, 3rd of 4 super regions, which is amazing. And powering us the entire way through has been Lenovo Legion, the official monitor and PC of the Apex Legends Global Series. We're actually rocking ourselves, each and every member of the broadcast team, the Legion 7i laptop with an i7 processor and RTX 2080 Super Max Q. The thing is an absolute monster. So a big shout out, as always, to Lenovo Legion, our biggest partner in the Apex Legends Global Series. If you're looking for a PC or a monitor, make sure to support Lenovo. If you love Apex, Blaze, this thing is a monster.
No, it really is a monster, man. The laptop that that we got over here, man, that thing it runs. Okay, it has so much power in it, and it's so hard to get a good laptop that you can game with as well as work with. So it does it all.
Stylish is all hell on the outside, of course, as well. Savage on the inside. But let's go ahead. You started to jump right into it, which I love. Let's go ahead and recap the America's playoffs in the last tournament, which was a doozy. I just got done with that broadcast a few hours ago. And we have some highlights here where we saw CLG, Counter Logic Gaming, who was our 2nd team to get to match point. Complexity was the 1st team. Well, CLG had the last laugh. These are the final moments, Blaze.
Yeah, they did, man. CLG, we watched them give this masterclass of timing their height advantage perfectly and just, hey, just not so much being rats, but waiting for the perfect opportunity to seal the deal on a win. Because if it's one thing that we learned today already, John, is that when one team gets to 50 points, the real game starts. The real tournament starts at that point. And how these teams play it, we saw a few different strategies across the board, but I'm excited to see how these guys are going to play it today here in the South.
Yeah, that's exactly right. This match point format, you were there with me in Poland, is amazing. This is our first time doing the match point format. Since then, it is a sight to see, that is for sure. And of course, in our APAC North tournament as well, 2 of the last 4 teams, actually 3 of the last 5 teams in the final game, match 7, were match point. Any of them could have won it, but in the end, it was Blackbird Ventus, as you mentioned. T1 in second place and OP.GG in third place in APAC North. And then CLG and Complexity, 2 of the last 4 teams in that match 7. You just saw Complexity in the kill feed were alive as well. So it's crazy how the match point format comes out to across all of our regions. And speaking of our regions, let's take a look at the region schedule so you know exactly when everything is going to go down. Of course, the Americas, done and dusted. Counter Logic Gaming is the winner of that one, with Complexity coming in second. We're going live here in just a moment with APAC South. That's right. Australia, New Zealand, Indonesia, Thailand, China, all going to be represented amongst some other countries in APAC South. And of course, last but not least, Europe, Middle East, and Africa, EMEA, will be live September 13th. So wherever you are in the world, but it's 6 a.m. Pacific time, September 13th. That's 9 a.m. Eastern time. Set your schedules, set your alarm clocks, because EMEA is one of the most competitive regions as well. But today's all about APAC South. Blaze, what are you most excited about?
Man, you know what? I'm most excited when it comes down to the top 4 teams here, but I do want to give you a little shout out here, okay? Because you've been on every broadcast so far, and we're going to get a chance to hear your voice tomorrow as well. It's been nothing but APAC's action out there, you guys. And if you guys have been up as long as Fallout have, watching every single event, make sure you tweet us and let us know that you have seen it all.
I love it. Hey, if there's someone out there that's doing that, listen, I want to know it. I'm going to give you personal props to make it through all 3 broadcasts is a feat.
That's not easy, okay? Hats off to you, Jonna. Hats off to you. But to answer your question, what am I most excited for when it comes down today? Firstly, we're ready to crown a winner, okay? We have 4 awesome super regionals in this region. And, there's a few teams that, we're going to talk about that we're looking out for, and I'll be able to break some more down there as well.
That's exactly right. The gameplay is ultimately what you're looking forward to most, you and I as well. But for those that are watching and maybe didn't watch the Apex preseason invitational in Krakow, Poland last September, let's take a look at how it's all going to work. Take a look.
In the playoffs, there is no match limit. Instead, teams aim to reach the match point threshold of 50 points. The teams participating in the playoffs will be seeded based on total ALGS points earned in the summer circuit, with the top-seeded teams being awarded points prior to the start of the first match. The highest-seeded team starts with 10 points. The second-seeded team starts with 9, on down to the 10th-seeded team, which starts with 1 point. The first team to cross the match point threshold and finish the subsequent match as the champions of the arena will take a zipline to the winner's circle to be crowned victors of the Apex Legends Global Series Summer Circuit, on the lion's share of the $500,000 prize pool.
Match point, baby. We are back. One of the most hyped formats in all of esports. Apex is meant for that match point format. And today, this is how it's all going to work. 3,800 players around the globe competed in Summer Circuit, and we've made it down to 20 teams per super region. Of course, this is the APAC Asia Pacific South super region, where we have 3 of our top 5 teams from Thailand, 1 from Indonesia, and 1 from China. The top 10 seeded teams are awarded points prior to the start of the first match based on ALGS points and seeding. You earned those points to start off with. And of course, teams must reach the 50-point threshold to become match point eligible, but you will not win. This tournament will not finish until a team has achieved 1, 50 points, and 2, a victory after they reach that match point format. I love this format, Blaze. You were there in Poland when it happened. What's your favorite thing about it?
Man, my favorite thing about it is that our champion has to win under pressure. And that's what it's all about when it comes down to a battle royale. When we were in Poland, we won 11 games, and I think we had about 8 teams eligible. And it was wild to watch because once we got around game 6 or 7, new teams was entering that win condition. The excitement was building. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how well you can frag out and how well you can rotate. You have to win when the pressure is on. And that's what this format does best.
I love it. My favorite thing about Poland was you on the telestrator with your whoops and your emojis as you were breaking down the action over from the war zone area. That was always a great time. But let's take a look at, now that we're focusing on APAC South, at our super regional leaderboard. So you can see where exactly everyone kind of shook up from a standings perspective. It is Myth Apex on top. Myth, of course, being made in Thailand. We talk about the Thailand region and how great they are as a country. 3 of the top 5 teams from Thailand. Of course, they are the number one seed. Team Dreamfire right behind them, coming from China. Lynx from Thailand is well in third. Wolfpack Arctic in tied actually for third. It will both, because of that, they will actually both start with 7 points. Something to keep in mind. Okay. They tied in even points. EXO, after that, the Australian Gods, they will be at the 5th place spot. This is the leaderboards of what we see on screen. And let's take a look at the seeds for this tournament so we can see where exactly everything will shake up from a seeds leaderboard perspective as well, and how many points they're going to be starting with. So keep in mind, this is crucial because that means they're going to be starting with 10 points on their reach for 50. Blaze, why did they earn those 10 points? And can you break that down and explain that a little bit for us?
Yes, I can. They earned these points because they have been the most consistent all season long. So once we got our top 10 seeds for this tournament in their respective places, they got a little bit of boost, a little bit of a head start, and it just makes that regular season so worth it, and rightfully so. So as we see at the top, made in Thailand, they got 10 points, okay? So they just need to get 40 over these first couple of games, get their win condition, and take the tournament. But, we saw earlier today in Americas, I do believe that the team that was in first, still they had the points to start, but in the end, they didn't come out on top. So even though you got them, you still have to perform right now.
That's exactly right. And it was actually Chronologic Gaming who had 0 points to start. Fun fact.
They were at 11th. Yeah.
The whole tournament. They were in 11th. Yeah, exactly. They didn't start with any advantage. TSM, of course, started with 10. Complexity started with 9, and neither of them ended up winning it. But a lot at line here, a lot at stake. Let's take a look at the prize pool so you guys can see how much these players are competing for. And I'll tell you right now, it is actually life-changing money. $15,000 for first place, second place at $10,000, and all the way down to 10th at $960. And that's not all. Don't worry. I sound like a used car salesman here. We got a second page of prize pool going all the way down to 20th place. People are getting paid. This is just the first page of prizing. We have a second page of prizing. There's a lot of money at stake here. $840 for 11th place. And just for qualifying, even if you get dead last in this tournament, well, you were a top 20 team in your entire super region. You're going to go home with $300. A lot of money here at stake, Blaze.
It is, but it's all about that lion share, John, okay? It's all about the victory. Second place is the first loser. You got to walk away with the trophy. You got to walk away with the first place as well. So that's what it's all about.
That's exactly right. And let's take a look at the teams to watch coming into this tournament. We, of course, have the team we talked about, made in Thailand, hands down the best team with an average super regional placement of 3.75, average ALGS placement of 4.3. They are so dominant. The Thailand squad is so incredibly good. Meanwhile, we got Team Dreamfire from China, EXO, the Australian Wonder Team, Wolfpack Arctic, and Armory Gaming. Which one are you looking out for, Blaze?
It's EXO all day, man. As you already said, the APAC South Wonder Team, these guys have came out about 7 first places that they've got in the region across several tournaments, and we'll see how consistent they will be here. They won twice in the Super Regional, one in number 4, and we'll see if they can continue that dominance here today.
That's exactly right. You got to give an honorable mention to Lynx and Jester as well. Hectic, another Australian team. Of course, Armory Gaming is our last chance qualifier. Can they do that kind of Cinderella story type of come up? We will see. So, needless to say, it's going to be a great day of action. We got a lot of great players playing in the APAC South region. However, we have a lot of great players competing worldwide, and we had a chance to catch up with them. Let's take a look.
My name is Bowen Fuller.
Mohamed Al-Mahlawi.
Ryan Schlieve.
Eric Rona.
Matei Feconia. Tyler Clark.
Casper Preston's card. I go by Natsuki.
I'm Manis.
Matafe.
Catherine.
Close. Designful.
I'm Andy Ingame, and I'm the APAC Legend for North for Team Rogue.
No City Sports.
The LG.
For Nasky Strafey Top.
Team Complexity. I grew up in the Bay Area of California, spent on and off about 2 years homeless. Throughout all of the homelessness, the one thing that I did keep was my computer.
2 years ago, I was working at UPS, and I just knew it wasn't my purpose in life. I pursued streaming. I got to a point where I was making more money per month than I was at UPS, so I was able to quit my job.
When I was 19 years old, I decided to take a break for a few years and join the army. The army gave me a lot of confidence that I didn't have before, made me believe in myself a lot more, so that I had the courage to take a lot more opportunities than I normally wouldn't. When I came back home, Apex came out, I realized I was really good at Apex and decided to go pro in it.
What's in crack? What's the super low as well? What's the super low as well? I'm pushing.
Being Muslim, playing in Ramadan is very tough. When you are hungry and thirsty, you can't really focus on the game. Despite that, we actually won the regional online tournaments 5.
Crack them! Let's go!
I am known for doing very good late game rotations and decision making. Otherwise, I'm very known by running and spam executing everyone I know.
As for me, I didn't play many LAN tournaments, but every LAN tournament I was playing, I was kinda winning, so I'm not expecting anything else but the win.
As an individual Wattson player, I don't even play Wattson how you're supposed to play her, because I'm more up in your face kind of player. I W key and I die a lot in ranked because I just want to fight.
If I kill you and you blame Nemesis every single time, then I'm gonna let you keep blaming it, because at the end of the day, I'm beating you.
Yo, Nemesis is not broken, but I got gold stabilizers right here.
The feeling to win is, you can't even describe it. You feel relieved. You feel like everything that you've done paid off.
There was just so many emotions when we won. Lots of tears of joy, lots of hard work that finally paid off.
Being able to turn around and win the first summer circuit was just the best feeling.
Thank you for all the support, dude. Thank you for all the love, man.
We're not gonna stop at all. We're just gonna play our game. We're not gonna be scared about anyone. And I think we're gonna be known as one of the best teams in the world.
Nice! Nice! Yeah, so holy!
Unbelievable. That doesn't give you the chills. I don't know what will, Blaze. It is
That's it.
amazing to see.
That's
how
it
much
right
passion there is.
there. That was a
Exactly
beautiful
right.
video. All right, get you ready for a tournament. Get us ready here. Getting it, especially if you're still watching from the Americas and you're up at this point. Number one, you are a real one, okay? For grinding out through all the broadcasts. But now that video got us all pumped up and excited. I'm ready to hop into this gameplay, John.
That's exactly right. Gameplay is just about ready. But first, make sure to follow us on Twitch if you're watching on Twitch, twitch.tv/playapex. Subscribe to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/playapex. Compete on YouTube. Follow on Twitter @playapex. And of course, most importantly, use the hashtag ALGS and tweet at us. If your tweet gets featured on stream, you will be rewarded with 1,000 Apex coins. Yes, I'm not making that up. I'm not exaggerating. 1,000 Apex coins at stake here. And it's insane what you can do to get featured on stream with your tweets. And we want to hear from you as well. Tweet at us @Fallout with 2 T's, @Blaze, aka @GuyBlaze. Sorry, @GuyBlaze on Twitter. We want to hear your thoughts. I'll be checking Twitter and we'll be reading the tweets throughout. We'll be checking the stream out. Big shout out to every single one of y'all. Big shout out to Apex family, the entire community that's watching right now. But guess what? Game number 1 is ready. And to call the action, we got none other than the duo making a return here. We got Onset and Gaskin right after this.
And welcome along indeed, everybody. It is almost time for the first game, of course, of our APAC South Playoffs. And what better person to bring in alongside me when we have the big games? We've got to bring in the big dog, right? Dan Gaskin back alongside me. The duo is back. Pleasure to have you here, buddy. I mean, we've been talking about it before these games get underway. We are so pumped, and I'm sure that you're going to bring that energy into this cast as well.
Yeah, I'm just out of cryo, like out of Poland, back last year, actually, exactly last year this weekend. Just went into cryo, sleeping for a little bit, came out slightly for GLL, and now back for another major. And honestly, I'm so excited to see what these teams have to offer. Plenty of competition in this region, and I'm sure they're going to put on a show.
Yeah, and the warmest of welcomes, of course, to all of our viewers and all of the fans of these teams, of course, from the APAC South region. We can show you how everything is going to work as well. You can see the points and scoring if you're just joining us for the first time as well. If you're not, I'm sure you're very, very familiar with how competitive Apex works. But let's remind you one more time. First place will bag you 12 points. Second place would bag you 9. Third place, of course, 7. You can see all the way down. Unfortunately, if you finish in 16th to 20th, you won't be taking any points home unless, of course, you pick up some kills. You can see 1 additional point per kill at the bottom there. But I mean, we've talked about so much. We've talked about the region. We've talked about teams. We haven't even mentioned the fact that this is the first time we're going to see our APAC South teams compete on the new refurbished, of course, World's Edge here. Season 6 has just dropped down. There's so much to be excited about as Game 1 is already underway.
Yeah, first 2 games on World's Edge, followed up by Kings Canyon, and of course we go back and forth until we find our champion today. So there could be plenty of action, and I'm really stoked for it. And yeah, after all the changes, I'm excited to see where people are going to be dropping, where the contesting is going to be, and who, of course, is going to make those good rotations. You can already see it is a slightly southern circle, so those teams that are up towards Refinery, Trials, Skyhook, they are going to have to make their way down through the middle of the map, and that is going to be difficult to do. A lot of choke points to get through.
Yeah, and we have seen obviously a little bit of a change to the map that has made those choke points a little bit easier to move through. However, you are completely right. Some of those chokes from the north of the map to the south really are tough ones to get through. So you're going to see teams trying to get through those as soon as possible. But I mean, Dan, we've been talking about some of these teams. We've been doing our research. And for some of the viewers who might be not too familiar with the APAC South regions, we saw the teams to watch. But who are your picks here, and why should we be watching these teams?
So Made in Thailand have 2 teams. I think we have to keep an eye on both of them. Team 1 is the #1 seed coming into this, especially with their average rating of 3.75. So that means on average they placed around top 4 throughout the competition, throughout all the competitions they've gone in. Other teams we have to look at, Dreamfire, they're second at the moment. They've had incredible placings as well. They've been placing within the top 5 at least in all of their competitions. Some of the ones who are slightly lower down, I want to keep an eye on Atheum. They certainly have been able to place extremely well. If we look at GLL and how well they performed there, they went toe-to-toe with the team EXO. And I know that EXO were able to come very close to that one indeed, and EXO have some amazing placements. But those would be my top 4 or 5 teams, should I say, if I include Made in Thailand 2, Mark. But there are others in this region that can also cause a bit of a stir, and I think that's why this is so exciting. This region is so evenly contested.
Yeah, I think it's going to be incredibly difficult to pick a winner, but they are, of course, the teams who are coming into today with a little bit of form behind their back, like you say, in that tournament play. But I also need to talk about the fact that this is a normal tournament play for these players. They've been playing a different format. It's all about points, all about racking them up and getting to the top of a leaderboard. But now, when you get to that position, of course, we have the whole new factor that a lot of these teams would not have been involved with. And that is, of course, the match point factor. You've got to win a game of Apex. You have to see that champion's banner before you can call yourself a tournament winner.
Which is why I kind of want to see how Atheum do, because when we look at GLL and how they performed, they did win it, but they won on a tiebreaker in the end. They tied on points, but it was just because they had the most wins, which is why they were actually gifted the victory. They tied with EXO, EXO just missing out because they didn't have enough victories. So you can kind of compare this in terms of how the format is going to work and how important that final victory is going to be. So I'll be keeping a keen eye on whether we see any changes from EXO after just missing out on that victory because of that.
Well, we haven't seen any battles so far as players being knocked or players being eliminated. You can see, even though some shots have been fired, they've been kind of friendly warning shots so far in this game. 20 squads still remaining and teams still making their rotations to the south of the map. And that's always a good thing for me to know that, there's a lot of teams who have got that solidified drop spot, that there's not going to be too much contention. That means that everybody is going to have their best run at the game. But there is a little bit of fighting going down here at the tree between a couple of teams. And without any knocks, or there is a little bit of action in the kill feed, still 20 squads remaining, and it looks like at the moment AEST is not OP, is going to throw that bubble forward and look to get aggressive.
Yeah, try and show some real aggression with Bloodhound. We saw how successful Bloodhound was during the Americas region earlier on today or yesterday, depending on where you may be in the world. And I think compositions is something we have to keep a keen eye on, because this is a region that we maybe haven't seen as much. It hasn't been in the spotlight as America and EMEA as often, but certainly there is going to be an opportunity to try and change things, go for slightly different compositions perhaps. Are you going to go for something more endgame, or are you going to go for something more kill-oriented?
Armory Gaming here are finding themselves in a little bit of trouble when it's missed the team that we were talking about as a team to watch at the start of this game, number one, who are doing a little bit of damage here. Dexter does manage to get a down with that Mastiff, and now you can see Armory Gaming trying to hold up this team from rotating in towards Tree, where there are already a lot of teams actually posted up. We can see some flash shots there as well, so no shields to work with, although they have lost one member, Armory Gaming here. They're going to have to recover that banner, but it's going to be a little bit more difficult to do here without that crypto drone going able to pick that one up.
Yeah, so Armory Gaming, from what I've heard, I was speaking to the coach of Athiam, and he was saying that Armory Gaming are a team that contests Athiam on Kings Canyon when they're dropping, so they want to get the job done on World's Edge. So I'm going to keep a keen eye on how much points both of these teams are accumulating across World's Edge, because when it gets to Kings Canyon, it might slightly change their strategy. They might want to avoid one another, should I say, because otherwise they might find themselves in a tricky situation where they're scrapping for those early kills and maybe losing out on potential points.
This is a somewhat of prolonged battle here. You can see that Practice is going to be popping that ult Excel as well, because he knows that Watson interception pylon is going to disappear pretty quickly. The only problem is, even though he got that ult Excel off, he's been silenced almost immediately here by a Revenant, which means he's not going to be able to get that down. And at the moment, Armory Gaming are almost sitting ducks in this position.
Yeah, and I don't think we're going to see that many Watsons in terms of composition throughout this tournament, especially in this region anyway. So seeing them being used and just effectively at this point to try and defend themselves in this little choke point, it has been successful. They are staying alive, they're doing pretty well, and you can see how important those Watsons are going to be. So all those teams that are going to be using Watson in their composition, they're certainly going to be the more defensive teams and maybe not going for those aggressive pushes. We'll be looking at those teams who are running the Revenant, running the Cryptos. They're going to be the ones who are looking to get in the face of their opponents, trying to pick up those extra kill points.
Well, Hectic Gaming is still hold up here in Tree, and they're in a very, very solid position. We got an opportunity to look at that ring and where it's going to be pulling, and you can quite confidently say here that Tree is going to be a focal point for all of these teams trying to get involved with that rotation. But one thing that's already jumped out to me when we did see that map overhead is we only have about half of the amount of teams actually making their way into where that second circle is going to be closing. So a lot of late rotations going on here, and that's a little bit of a change of playstyle than maybe what we're used to in the Americas than the EMEA region, and just showing that APAC South maybe has a few surprises up its sleeve for us here.
Yeah, because, I mean, even though it's APAC South, it's a very large region that we're getting so many different players from different countries. It's going to be a lot of different communities playing together, arguably for the first time maybe, or at least for the second or third, depending on how many super regionals they were a part of. You'd think that they would have a good read throughout scrims and whatnot, but when you get a region this big, there's always going to be a couple of spanners in the work that might just change things here or there. But you are completely right, a lot of late rotators. You saw a little glimpse of the map there. Those people are going to really struggle to get inside to this next circle, because there are people who are holding down the fort right now, and they are definitely going to want to gatekeep.
We're going to see the charge rifle in the hands of Aim Assist, not OP, just charging up that Evo shield with a couple of free shots there on those players, trying to make that rotation. And pricey here for WTF Rangers. Great team name, by the way, just going to give that one a shout out. Is going to be trying to do something very, very similar as well. He's already managed to get that Evo shield up to purple as well, and with the longbow in hand and that skull piercer, he's going to be able to do some big damage with just one bullet flying out of the end of that rifle.
I'm expecting some Megazords or something to come out soon from these guys, but we'll see whether they start to get a little bit more aggressive. Because they are running that Revenant composition, they are going to be able to use that totem to get in people's face at some point. Because otherwise, if you're going to run an aggressive composition like this, and you don't get aggressive, then I feel like later on you're going to be punished by those teams who can maybe avoid your aggression. Caustics, for example, very good to play defensively to ensure that you're not going to be able to get pushed as successfully by that EMP from Crypto.
Well, Hectic are absolutely determined to try and force this team out of this building. They've been kind of sharing it for a little while now. The top of this dome building has been occupied by the team above them for quite some time, and they're not too happy about it. You can see them constantly trying to push in, constantly trying to get damage. Unfortunately for them, having got that initial damage done, the thermites are going down once again. Grenades left, right, and center. And it's 1NL who are above them, just burning through some meds at the moment, trying to stay in this position. But every time that they seem to get engaged, they're currently coming off on the weaker side of the battle. And it just seems like a matter of time at the moment until they do finally get forced out of this position.
Yeah, I don't know how much Meds Shift has left, but they're certainly cycling through their utility at the moment. Grenades are being used just to keep the other team at bay, and Hectic are just going back and forth from each entrance, trying to find a way in. They know this could be 3 kill points here. This could be wiping a squad out, but at the same time, they don't want to overcommit, put themselves in a situation where they could potentially be third parties and be weak. They're going to wait, and they will strike, and they will get those kills when they feel the time is right. However, if they do push in a little bit too early, they might find themselves vulnerable.
I'm just looking at the HP here of Shift as well. You can see that he's pretty much got no meds to work with, and a good push here from Hectic pretty much would spell at the end of game number 1 for the team above them, but they still can't manage to get that initial down. They can't get that initial damage down. It's Leaf, who's only got around 20 HP to work with. However, he does have a purple bolt and a Mastiff, which is surely going to stop those players moving through that narrow staircase towards them. However, they survive for now. He does have a med kit in the back pocket, and you can see he has a battery as well. Maybe just waiting, trying to bide his time for that Watson to get her ult down and maybe charge off of that one, but no time to do so as that push keeps coming in. Speaking of fights though, Dan, we're over to Harvester now with 1 minute 34 left on this ring. There's an engagement going down once more.
Yeah, another fight. It's going to be Dreamfire above them, one of the teams that are to watch as we switch back over to 1NL, and finally the push from Hectic has been successful. It's just Shift holding the fort against 3 here. He's done a little bit of damage, but it's not going to be enough. Skirt went down, they'll get the res, and we're going to see another team taken out here.
So that is 2 teams now eliminated. And finally, that push, which has been going on for about 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes or so, is effective.
10
You can
years.
see it was just a case of, yeah, it's been going on a while, basically. But they got the job done, and that's the important thing for them. As Hectic now going to be moving through this build, and last player alive is actually going to be Gen Burton on the Bloodhound. He's in the ult as well, so he's got that increased movement speed, and that's going to have to help him get out of dodge and find himself a little rat spot to find himself comfortable and try and last a little bit longer in this game. But speaking of the Revenant comp, here is that Revenant comp in action. It's Team Dreamfire, one of the teams we were talking about getting some big damage down while in that death protection before getting reset here now.
It's just Dreamfire's consistency that they've been able to find across the ALGS, which is why they are such a threat right now. And you can see they want to really get in the face of their opponent, using all the utility right now to try and get any sort of easy and free damage. But one has gone down, and if they're not careful, it could be 2, if not 3. But big shots from the Mastiff here. Has to do a big job here, does 3MZ. Otherwise, they might find themselves in a tricky spot.
Yeah, I think it's a 1v1 situation here. You can see that 3MZ is going to try and pop this battery, which is a big play in this situation. He's also going to try and thirst these kills as well to make sure that maybe he has an armor swap available, or just to guarantee those kills for his squad. You can see one of his teammates has managed to be rezzed as well, and there's another res coming in as well. And now it's his job just to hold off that last straggler who was alive, I believe, from that team they were fighting. He's done so. You can see team all the way up to a full complement of players, and they do finally get that last finish as well. So big plays coming in from Dreamfire, but that ring is coming in, and the last thing you want to be doing in the finals, in the playoffs, is finding yourself killed by that ring moving in. So 3MZ, for all the work he did, I mean, he's got to feel a little bit disappointed they weren't shifting a little bit quicker to avoid that damage.
At the very least, they were able to get the kill points, but it feels like a bit of a sucker blow right now that after all that long-winded fight, it may all come down to nothing here, because unfortunately he's been spotted coming into the circle, tries his best to Wraith Portal out. He will survive very temporarily here, but you feel like death is inevitable at this point when there are several people who knows where he is. And I think actually he's got to be careful with how much noise he puts off here. Dippy comes right round the corner, and there is the final blow indeed.
So we are seeing teams drop, and again, it's those late rotating teams we were talking about at the start who are finding it difficult to get inside of that ring with all these positions fortified already. Another fight going down here, and it's going to be Myth involved once more. We're on board with a Crypto player here, and some of those shots with the 301 are absolutely beautiful. And I tell you what, the charge rifle isn't too bad either. Better than that, it's absolutely phenomenal coming out from Killer Pose. Gets that knock, gets that finish as well. 13 squads now remaining. As we can see once again on that map overhead, shout out to the observing team for getting that for us, where this next ring is going to be pulling hard into tree, but away from the very southern point of it, kind of moving a little bit to the northeast here, Dan. A little bit of surprise for a lot of players, I imagine.
And I do like the fact that we've got a Made in Thailand Team 1 and a Made in Thailand Team 2. And I'm fairly certain Chambers used to be on Made in Thailand Team 2, and then he moved over to Team 1. I don't know if that's a promotion or just a change within the organization or what, but either way, Made in Thailand Team 1 are the Team 1. They are the ones to beat in this tournament. That's why they're the #1 seed. But how good would it feel if you're in Team number 2? You've seen your teammate go over to Team 1, and then suddenly you get the victory here in the Summer Circuit Playoffs. But we will keep an eye on both of those teams and how they actually fare in this tournament.
Well, Pricey here's managed to land a longbow shot to get his Evo all the way up to fully charged now. Now he'll have a lot of HP to work with, and it looks like they're not happy. They're not going to decide to pop that battery. Pricey's going to get aggressive with the totem going down as well. Unfortunately for him, he throws a thermite. Thermite bounces back in his face, but his teammates are moving in here, and this is lovely aggression coming in from WCF Rangers. The alternating shots aren't going to hit. He's going to have to hit the reload, but it looks like they're getting the damage done, and they will get the finish as well. So that's 3 KP on the board for them as we now hop over to Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, they picked their moment perfectly to use the Revenant ult, just get that totem down. But you can see several totems have been planted at this point. Everyone just trying to push on each other because there's so little real estate at the moment. It's just insane with all these bullets flying everywhere. And you have to hit your shots at this point, Mark. If you don't hit your shots, you're going to find yourself getting shot by yet another team.
Yeah, this is Totem Central at the moment, and everybody who seems to be initiating the push is coming out best. So Invictus Gaming now, you can see, still in death protection, 2 fully charged Evo shields as well. But a team that we haven't mentioned so far was one of our teams to watch at the start, the Australian lineup here. EXO, still involved in this fight, still involved in this game #1, 11 squads remaining, but they do have to traverse a little bit of ground in front of them to get into that next ring. The good news for them, teams are being eliminated left, right, and center by those Revenant teams who are basically just getting a little bit aggro, and that's going to leave them a little bit more space to work with.
That is a tricky circle to get into next. And yeah, I mean, EXO, in terms of the experience across the board, they have had the most victories throughout ALGS tournaments. They know how to get those Ws, so they are certainly a team that we have to consistently think about every single game. Griefing Apes are being griefed themselves, but luckily, Player K is going to be able to just bat up here. But all of these teams now, Mark, are going to be desperately trying to get into this next circle, but there's not really any easy route in. You either have to try and go on top of this little stature, or you have to go underneath it, and underneath it does leave you quite vulnerable.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams are going to be hoping that they will run in a Gibby at this point, get that bubble down inside that circle and kind of hope for the best, create that artificial cover, but I'm not sure how many teams are going to be running that composition. However, one that are is, of course, EXO. They have that Gibraltar on board, so they have that opportunity to move forward, and that team here are inside of this building are going to have to make that rotation as well. But just looking across their lineup as well, they have a Caustic in that lineup, and in an open finishing circle, that Caustic ult really could be a deciding factor here.
It definitely could, and that's one of the plans from the team. As I said, speaking to EMEF, the coach of these boys, they are relying on that late game aspect, the ability to kind of counter the drone play, counter this really aggressive meta that we're seeing from Revenant and Crypto, because a Caustic just stops that push. You don't like to push into gas, so we'll see if they find any success here. But of course, quite an open ground to finish in, which yes, is going to be good for that Caustic ultimate. But of course, those traps might not be as handy as they would be in a building.
One thing I am loving about the APAC South region is the aggression and the amount of battles that are being taken by these teams. They are getting angry, they are getting feisty, and quite rightly so. They want to take home that championship and, of course, get to that 50-point threshold, but there's another battle going down inside this bubble, and it's them who will be eliminated now from this game #1. 5 squads now remaining. Savvy Esports, you have to say, they are in pole position to take this game. They have the high ground on the structures surrounding the tree that grows out of the middle of tree, and they're just going to be looking down. And if they play this one right, they could well be shooting fish in a barrel.
Yeah, this was the one spot that every one of these teams wanted to try and achieve, but it was a great risk to get up there. At Xavier Esports, they took the early game, they were able to get this high ground, and now they can just rain down fire on everyone below. But they do have to keep an eye on Invictus Gaming, because they also have red Evo shields across the board, and of course, those red Evo shields are going to be so important when we get into those final fights. Just that extra little bit of HP could be the difference.
They're coming under all sorts of fire, and this is a difficulty for them. They're going to have to move in around 35 seconds, and another bubble fight has broken out here around the tree in our game #1. EXO on the receiving end of it, and they will go down. The armor swaps will go down as well as a Gibraltar bubble. It's all going down in our game #1 here, but Savvy Esports still in this position up top, feeling good, and just kind of got themselves an expensive hotel room with a lovely sea view.
Yeah, and they can just do so much damage. That next circle is going right towards them as well. So if they're on a sea view, the waves are certainly going to start flooding in about 5 seconds, and they can get the surfboards out and they can ride them all day, baby.
Victor's Gaming here, still trying to survive and now trying to sneak their way maybe underneath. The team who is above them, Medkit's going to be popped. The only problem is they're going to be forced in by this ring. They do make that low rotation. They look like they're safe here. So 4 squads remaining now, and they've found a down player below them as well. They're going to silence the team that's going to be trying to push them. There is the Wraith inside of that bubble. Does have that massive as well. You heard the warning shot. And now it's a little bit of a game of ring around the rosy here between these two teams.
Yeah, but the pocket full of posies are going to be Xavier Esports right above them. They are going to be the game changer here. And they have to decide when they want to drop. Because right now they don't have to. Ideally for them, they want to wait until all of the battles unfold. Maybe until there's 3 squads left. Wait for that 1v1 to happen. And then they just drop and finish everyone off.
Trying to get these thirst on these down players. Get them finished, get them done and dusted. They're going to be doing that pretty easily as well. The only issue is you have a quick look at the ammo that's left here for Natsuri. And there wasn't too much in that vault. A couple of meds being exchanged here between Invictus Gaming, and all of a sudden things have got a little bit quiet here. But Myth Apex Team 2, we talked about how they want to outshine Team 1, and well, Templex here has managed to find himself in a position as a solo player with no shields to speak of, we have to say, might be able to swoop in here and wait for these teams to fight and pick up maybe a top 3 or top 2 placement. Shot's going to be going down from above, though. 3 squads remaining, unfortunately. I think that might have been the end of their game. The devotion here with that turbocharger on as well for Xavier Esports. If they have to drop, they've got the weaponry to perform with as well.
One does slightly drop onto this branch here, just to leave himself somewhat vulnerable, somewhat exposed. But it's all down to Xavier Esports just to play the waiting game and decide when they want to go for the push. I feel like Invictus are very much just going to avoid them for as long as possible until it is a fully fledged 3v3 fight, really.
The difficulty is, if you don't get those first shots down and someone clips you with a Mastiff, and then you have to be forced to drop by that circle, you're in all sorts of problems. The only thing is, they have the crypto drone to work with as well. I wonder if the ult is up to hit that EMP before they do try to push. Not only that damage going to be done, but of course, it's going to be stunning those players and making it very, very easy for them to finish off those kills. But 3 squads still remaining, and there comes the EMP, and you have to feel that push is going to be coming pretty soon, or are they just going to hold on to this high ground? They are as well, but surely they're going to be forced to move now. They drop in. The devotion is going to rip through some players inside this final circle. Players falling left and right. 2 squads now remaining. Xavier Esports involved as well, but it looks like they will actually come out on top. What a performance from them. They had the high ground for the majority of that game, and not only that, they execute in our first game here of the APAC South Playoffs. Fantastic stuff from Xavier Esports. Dan, an exciting finish, and what a game that was. Just full of carnage. I loved it.
Yeah, just so much Revenant ults being popped, everyone being aggressive, which we both love to see that. Myth Team 2 ratting out to a decent finish, and it's worth noting both Xavier Esports and Invictus didn't have any points advantage coming into this. So of course the top 10 seeded teams had a somewhat points advantage. You want to get to that 50-point threshold. A lot of those teams went down fairly early, so we're not going to see anyone with a massive lead right now. So this is really big for how the table is going to kind of change throughout this tournament. The fact that Xavier have been able to pick up a win here early days.
Yeah, Xavier Esports with that big win as well, and I'm sure that they're probably looking at what happened a little bit earlier in the Americas with CLG coming in with 0 points on the board as far as points carrying over from the ALGS standings. They're thinking, do you know what? We quite fancy a bit of that. We've seen what they can do. We want to become the champions ourselves. But a lot of those teams involved in our final battles there, Dan, maybe not teams that we were talking about at the start of this broadcast. And that just shows maybe the depth that we do have here in the APAC South region.
Yeah, I think even though there are some clear frontrunners in terms of like who's been consistent across performances throughout this region, there are definitely some sleeper teams that maybe we haven't been able to focus on, maybe haven't been in that spotlight, but now this is their time. This is their spotlight. We've already seen what's happened in Game 1, so now going into Game 2, we're going to be saying, all right, let's keep an eye on Xavier Esports. We need to see consistency. Consistency is going to be key, but also once you get to that final match point, it's about having the nerves to actually get that victory.
So Xavier Esports almost on their way to that 50-point threshold towards that match point. But for now, that is all for Game 1. We're going to throw it back to John and Blaze on the desk to break it all down.
Onset Gaskin, thank you so much, gentlemen, and great to have you back as a duo casting in Apex Legends. It's been a while since the Krakow Invitational in Poland, but Fallout here joined alongside Blaze to break down the action, and what a game one it was there, Blaze. We saw such a diversity in team comps compared to what we're used to seeing.
No, we definitely did here, and Onset said it perfectly. It was pure carnage from the start of the game towards the finish. Multiple revenants out there. We saw a lot of death totem plays. We saw that Gibby bubble be used offensively and defensively. Used a lot to initiate a lot of those fights there around the ring. And man, what a first game to start this tournament up and make sure that the fans out here in Americas are awake.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We all know the APAC South region. APAC in general is known to play ultra aggressive. Well, it showed with the multiple Revenant comps, the aggressive Gibraltar pushes. It was a sight to see, that's for sure. And in the end, we do have the leaderboards ready. Let's take a look at the results of game number 1. Invictus looking so good from a kills perspective. However, Xavier is going to one-up them with 13 kills and a first-place finish. Blaze, that's a 25-point game to start things off for Xavier.
Yo, that is insane. Now, I thought Invictus Gaming, they was going to have the kill lead by a mile. Yus finished the game with 8, I believe, on his own. So maybe he's the kill leader here. But in the end, Xavier, they played it perfectly. And they had the perfect position at the last circle with the high ground. And hey, it was textbook Apex.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They played so incredibly well. And the interesting thing is not many people, myself included, from the research and studying I put in prior to this broadcast, would have expected Xavier to start so strong. I mean, they got 13th, 8th, 11th, 11th, and 3rd places in the online tournament series, of course, prior to the Super Regionals. And then in the Super Regionals of the Summer Circuit, they got 6th, 14th, and 12th. Didn't even compete in one of the tournaments. So it's crazy to see Xavier start so incredibly strong. It just goes to show that any given Sunday, any given day, tournament day, you could show up and you could perform incredibly well. And in the end, that leads us to this overall standings, which is Xavier on top with 25 points. No surprise there. Invictus right behind them with 20. Blaze, break down the rest.
Man, and as you see, Team Dreamfire came out with 14, as well as Made in Thailand, team number 1 with 14 as well. But you know, but in the end, you know, we saw the first Made in Thailand team. They dropped a little bit earlier in that game. And in the second team, as Gaskin talked about a bit, like, you know, what if Team 2 actually, you know, has such a good event and outplaced them? Well, hey, so be it. It's awesome to have 2 teams in the tournament. Better odds in there as well. But when it comes down to the rest of it, you know, Xavier Esports, man, with 25 points in game number 1. We'll see if they can pick up that production, keep that production up into game number 2, and pick up off on that pace there.
Yeah, that's exactly right. One thing to keep in mind, yeah, we saw Made in Thailand still within the top 5, top 10. That's based on simply alone the first seed that they had coming into it. That's how they got their 10 points.
Yeah.
Made in Thailand, aka Myth, T1, Lynx, and Wolfpack Arctic. 3 of our top 4 teams in this tournament. Neither of them got top 10 in that game. They were nowhere to be found within the kind of final stats there. So wondering where our top seeds were at in game number 1. Instead, it was the likes of Xavier and Invictus. Some of our lower seeds in this one. One thing that's so interesting about this Invictus gaming squad, you maybe not might not know them if you're from the European and North American region, but just to give you some insight, they've only played in 3 or 4 overall tournaments, but every time that they play, they turn up. Invictus has gotten first place.
They won the first Super Regional, I believe, too, as well.
They did. Yeah, they won the first Super Regional. They show up. The Chinese squad is so incredibly good, and it's just whenever they show up in a big way, Blaze.
Yeah, man. They got qualified. They knew they were in the tournament, and they just kept on practicing. And now we're starting to see the fruits of their labor over these last 4 months. And they're right there in position 2. Well, they got position 2 in the first game, and we'll see if what they're going to be bringing here into game number 2 coming up soon. But, you know, I'm curious to see if the team comps are going to change up a little bit, because as we know, our format, you know, we're going to be playing twice here on Kings Canyon. Then we're going to rotate on over to World's Edge, and we'll be flip-flopping back and forth. And we're going to see some different team comps on some of the other maps. But the Revenant, man, it has been so fun to watch those players get aggressive, use those cues. And we saw it there even in the last circle of that game to really nullify those abilities and come in there, and it was just pure gun skill.
Yeah, speaking of that last circle, we saw the Revenant come through. Let's take a look at the highlights here and how that exactly ended. Xavier on top, and high ground always wins is typically the story here. And in this case, that story was true, Blaze.
Nah, it was, and we're going to see here the final circle. Revenant's going to drop his cube down low, and here comes the jump, and at this point, You know, and this was actually Invictus's Revenant, by the way. They tried to block him off, but in the end, it just came down shot for shot. And in the end, it was Xavier Esports who came out on top. Crazy stuff over there at Tree. You know, it was nonstop action there for 10 minutes straight. All these teams just initiating these fights, knowing that they had to rotate a little bit earlier to fight for some of that prime real estate in that area, because it's a big open area, so it's not too many key spots, too many hot spots for your team to be at safely. And we saw a lot of those initials there with the Gibbies and the Revenants, and we'll see what they bring into game number 2.
That's exactly right. We will have World's Edge coming up next, of course, followed by 2 Kings Canyon after that. And what a game one it was. A lot of team comps we're not used to seeing. Revenant still being used, even though we didn't see Revenant get pulled out once in the Americas broadcast. Revenant was pulled out here in APAC South. So with that said, game 2 is just about ready. But of course, make sure to follow us on all things social. First things first, Twitch, of course, where you likely are watching now, twitch.tv/playapex. Of course, you can also watch on YouTube, youtube.com/playapex, for all things VOD. Make sure to drop us a follow on Twitter @PlayApex on Twitter, and tweet us using the hashtag ALGS. If your tweet is featured on stream, you will be rewarded with 1,000 Apex coins. That's right. Send your tweets. Use the hashtag ALGS, but make sure to follow us on Twitter. If you're not following, you're not eligible. So follow @PlayApex on Twitter. Of course, that is about it for us, myself and Guy Blaze, to break down the action. Guess what? Game number 2 is just about ready. And for the very first time, we have the debut of the duo. The teammates for a very long time competing in ALGS. Well, now they're casting together in ALGS. It's Finn in his very first broadcast alongside Girl. Take it away right after this.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are.
This is how legends are made.
Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're enjoying the broadcast and tournament today. I go by Girl, and joining with me today is the passionate but also sometimes funny Finn. How are you, Finn?
I'm doing so good. Thanks for that lovely introduction. I'm super excited to be here, and perhaps even more excited to cast APAC South. This region is absolutely nuts. This last game, there were Revenant ults all over the place. Everybody was dying. It was crazy.
Yeah, for sure. And now let's take a look at the maps that are going to be played and their order. So the first game was on World's Edge, and Xavier Esports have won the title for the first game of the day. In game 2, we're going to have World's Edge again, and then it'll be followed by 2 Kings Canyon, then 2 World's Edge, and so on, just like that.
Right, and we're jumping right in with game number 2, the second one on World's Edge. Previously, we saw it pull to Tree, which was the south side of the map. I want to see something in the north side this time. There was a lot of verticality in that last zone. Teams stacked on top of teams, stacked on top of teams. I wonder how something like towards Epicenter would finish. We'll see if we get something similar, something different. I just want to see how teams behave in a bit of a different setting towards the end circles.
Yeah, a lot of diversity here. With all the map changes, all of the characters that are being played, there's so much diversity. And I believe Season 6 has the most diverse weapon usage in the entirety of Apex. So it's really nice to see people using alternators, longbows, charge rifles, anything that they can pick up. There's so many great weapons this season. I personally prefer like the Prowler, the Hemlock, Massive, Eva 8 combos. They're nice to see.
Absolutely. And as we jump into the second game rather, World's Edge, we're looking at what looks to be an uncontested dome drop. The flight pattern, what do you think of this? This cuts straight through Epicenter and all the way to Countdown from east to west. I wonder if this will affect teams' rotations here as we look at the past winner Xavier Esports here. We'll see what they're doing here over on the south side of the map.
Yeah, for sure. The Crypto, Watson, and Wraith, this tournament here, they do not have a Revenant, but Myth Apex, over to Myth Apex, they do have a Revenant. Getting a lot of good loot over here with the Flatline Alternator. No more R99 sadly this season, but maybe they'll pick one up later on in the care package drop.
True, they did swap that over to the care package, much to many players' disappointment. it looks like there's some inspiration here as well. Bloodhound teams almost always are looking for that mid-game aggression, almost always looking to pick up kills by using Bloodhound's superior information gathering skills in-game. So here, EXO looks like the victims of the triple take shots we saw earlier in this tunnel. They're moving through. They're not super worried about it thanks to this great ledge for cover as they rotate inward to try and get a better position in zone before the humongous mid-game battle occurs.
Yeah, it's really nice to have at least one teammate carrying one of these snipers to get up your Evo shields, right? And then you could swap the shields, level up your teammates' Evo shields, and especially if they're free shots, why not, right? They don't need to waste any resources when they're at a long range distance with a triple take or a charge rifle, getting those Evo shields up to red, so when it comes to late game, they're at the advantage in this game.
Yeah, and as we can see here on this map, all of these teams are moving closer and closer to each other. I feel like this is a ticking time bomb. If it's anything like that first game, it's only a matter of time till we see some intense battling here. You can see this crypto use to this drone now is super useful when it comes to scouting speed, being able to scan zones with the crypto drone. X over here treating this crypto drone like a mosquito, trying to get it out of the air. Just sort of a nuisance, as many of us are aware who play against crypto teams or with crypto. The drone can be a massive game changer. Also, to speak to what you were saying about the Evo shields, it creates such an interesting effect. You'd almost think that, oh, we're jumping into action here with Myth Team 1 actually poising to try and take some kill points over here with a slight skirmish. Looks like they're already backing up. They don't want to risk it as a third party is shooting what sounds like a longbow straight past their heads.
Yeah, Killpaz was emerging a lot of damage right over there, but there was a team shooting them in the back, so they decided to pull off into a building. Dexter going down with to no more shields left. He pulls off the battery. He'll be able to get it off before another team pushes them. And now we're with Wolfpack Arctic. They're the ones pushing them. They have the Revenant ult. They're throwing in the nades. There's not going to be many places inside that building for them to hide. They're throwing in the thermites. They're pushing in with the EVA 8. He gets sent back, though. They all get sent back. Wizzy with the Revenant ulti as well. It's two Revenant ultis pushing at each other, trying to survive, and it's a big mess over here. But Zeratas goes down here. Wizzy trying to pull off 3-1 shot. He goes down as his teammate goes down as well, and he's the last one as the Gibraltar. He does have dome. He might be able to use his dome to try and get a quick res, but he goes down to 1 HP and he falls.
And just like that, Wolfpack Arctic is knocked out, it looks like, with third, fourth, fifth parties all over the place. This is exactly what I was talking about with this aggression in the mid game with all of the crypto drones, the Revenant ults. There's so much potential for pushes here, but as we just saw, it can backfire very quickly if bases aren't covered. Teams like to take advantage of the Revenant totem by getting close as possible to that totem when they see a team push, and then wait for that team to get sent back to the totem at half health. We see Arctic got punished for that push, though they almost executed it brilliantly on Myth Team 1.
Yeah, they had the crypto ulti ready in that building, so as soon as they got pushed, they pushed it off and it slowed the whole other team. So that was a really crazy fight. Like you said earlier, it's a ticking time bomb. A lot of teams are going to start fighting very shortly. The round's closing in about 12 seconds here, and everyone's trying to get their spots. Everyone's chilling right now, it seems. They're trying to get some shots or to look to see if they could get some shots to level up their Evo shields.
Right. And we just saw Hectic over in Train Station, who had a great mid-game last round, though they were knocked out sometime in the fray. Now we can see that a lot of teams are condensed here in between Sorting Factory and Harvester. So there's almost this diagonal line of potential fights here that undoubtedly is going to cause some carnage here. I'm super excited to see which teams come out. Hectic's in a really good position here, sort of riding the edge of circles in a safe position, and yet have essentially their backs covered to the south. As you can see, the zone is very close to them. So I bet they're very happy with this pool. And what they're going to be looking to do is stay safe while leveling up those blue Evo shields. purple is really that ideal level that you want to be on in the late game, with red being the bonus round.
Yeah, totally. And as you can see, the zone is actually pulling away from sorting. It's pulling away from harvester. It's going to end around those train tracks in the open field. So I believe the Gibraltar teams are going to be at an advantage in the open field. They'll be able to use their ultimates then. And there is some cover. There's going to be cover under the train tracks, and there's going to be cover over in those train tracks up above them. So those are probably the spots to get to hold because they're in the middle. And that's just my opinion. But here we are with Hectic trying to get some damage off, but it's so hard to push a Caustic team like this. He does indeed have the Digi threat, so he can see through that gas, but pushing a Caustic team is very dangerous.
Agreed. It's almost impossible in most scenarios, especially when the space they're holding is this small. This is a very weak space that Athium is in, yet with a Caustic, it becomes a very, very strong point to hold. Only 2 doors, usually with some well-placed Caustic barrels, no team can reasonably get in, especially without a follow-up team punishing both. So the survivors would likely get wiped by a third party anyways. You can see that they backed up either way. So Myth Team 2 and a high point over here, and also a great position in the zone in Harvester, utilizing their long-range weapon effectively. And again, trying to charge those shields. They're doing a decent job. Ooh, that was a nice shot. I wonder if that was a player for a drone that he just hit with a triple take. But back to Griefing Apes. Griefing Apes are actually getting griefed, ironically, here by Dreamfire. So Dreamfire is trying to push the Gibraltar bubble. It looks pretty even so far. Dreamfire now has 2 knocks on Griefing Apes with their crypto player remaining, and just sort of abandoning the fight. Meanwhile, Myth Team 2 is being pushed by another squad as well, so this is sort of crazy. He's trying to use that triple take at close range. Some would call triple take a shotgun. The Watson player on Myth Team 2 would absolutely agree.
Yeah, as Caustic once said, the triple take is just like the new EVA 8 here, and Myth Team Apex 2 are still alive, with at least 2 alive here.
Yeah, and it looks like a relative peace over here is 1NF. Taking some shots from a distance. They seem to be out of the heat of it for now, and they've done a great job charging their shields. They're all in purple. They're staying healthy. Right now, they seem to be spared from the intense action that we've been seeing. Myth Team 1, however, is making their way through a risky rotation here. This is a very, very bad position. However, if nobody notices you rotating down that crevice, you're usually in a good spot to skate by unnoticed. Here we have Jester. They also had I believe a decent round last game, and they are just waiting it out, playing it patient. With a Wraith, you can always portal in late if you need to, and just kind of stay out of the spotlight and secure those placement points.
Enemy agent over there.
Yeah, I believe the zone rotated more towards Harvester here. I think they can see the actual end zone with the crypto being able to scan that beacon. I don't know if you caught it there, but it's in the top right hand of the next circle that it'll be ending. And there's going to be a lot of teams rotating from this side of the map, so this side of the map is going to become a bloodbath here in the next 30 seconds. I believe either you rotate now or you rotate with zone, and Jester seems to be wanting to rotate now, but while they're going to be rotating, they're going to meet and encounter plenty of squads on the way. Oh, this is a great spot to play in the tunnel if they're able to kill that team inside. Here we are with Myth Apex. Like you said earlier, this is a very dangerous spot if you get caught, and they did get caught indeed, and 2 of them are down to barely 1 HP. They're trying to get the cells off in this tunnel here. They are in the zone, but they're going to have to get out if they're going to take so much damage. Back to Jester here. They're trying to find a spot near the zone, but they're getting pushed, and Saber doesn't have any armor, 1 HP, and he gets eliminated. So that's the end for Team Jester, and Hectic fighting as well. What the WTF, Rangers are in a great spot though. They're the ones in the tunnel.
True. Yeah, you can see that this is that mid to late game madness that we saw in game 1 that's happening here to a degree. A lot of teams falling here as Hectic barely holds on for dear life. And I would argue not the greatest position of all time. As Gibraltar's aiming directly up. The armor swap is a life save right here as they try and just hang out low profile, hoping that nobody notices them. But unfortunately for them, a Thermite flies right into their faces as they burn from it. The Watson goes down, but aim assist not OP, is OP at staying alive, it seems, as he's been surviving off double HP for a while now. Here, we are jumping in with the previous match winners. Xavier Esports in a comfortable position here, all full purple armors. Looks like they've racked up some kills. They're really setting themselves up, despite being, I believe, the bottom seed in this tournament, all of a sudden showing up and making up for that lack of point, coming in with no points, right, rather. And here they are, looking like they're going to have a strong chance at winning Game 2 as well.
Yeah, for sure. They're in a great position. They're showing up with their all this game. And here we are with WTF Rangers. They knew there was a person underneath them. They went in for the kills. They're going to get the loot, and then they're going to have to rotate. There's nobody left in that corner. Everyone's pushed up for the most part, but there might be some people in the building. Myth, though, going with the Crypto Ultimate and the portal up, so they've got their armors nearly broken. They're portaling up with the Massive, gets the knock on Chambers. Killapause also alive. Dexter trying to self-res, but I think he was canceling it there because they know that they're safe. They're going to try and get the res on their teammate, and there he goes with the self-res.
And just as you say that, they get portaled on and crypto ulted as the Bloodhound team runs directly into them, and every single player in this team comes in, eats 100+ massive shot to the face, and just decides, nah, let's go back through the portal and not instantly die. So Myth doing an incredible job staying alive as they were the victims of Arctic's first push that we saw early game. They're still doing great. But Artillery Gaming, or Armory Gaming rather, just comes in and it looks like takes his position. So look at the kill feed right now. Look at the kill feed.
Yeah, wow. AG was able to capitalize on the fact that they were still recovering from their fight. They took the advantage, pushed up. They only survived with one member, but he was able to get the revive on his teammates. Myth Apex Team 2 underneath AG, and there's 3 squads left. So we have one team inside, one team above, and one team outside behind the rocks. It's going to be whoever could last to the end. Whoever doesn't get into the fight first will be able to secure this victory.
Yeah, historically speaking, those who have the high ground, as Obi-Wan and Anakin could attest to, usually win. So we saw that last game. I suppose we'll see this game if Armory over here can take the win because of their perspective and their closeness to this end zone. They should have an easy rotation and a lot of free shots, so I expect them to take advantage of this, or at least they should take advantage of this to the fullest of their abilities, as Myth Team 2 is just chilling, kind of looking out the window, enjoying the weather for the day.
Yeah, all the action is going to start here in 15 seconds. I believe, although AG is probably going to get in contact with Myth before they get in contact with the other team. The other team has a nice spot behind the rock, right? So that's Lynx, the third and final team behind the rock. They're going to have the safe spot, actually. I think they're the team to lose. They have the Gibraltar, they have the Bloodhound, they have the Bubble, they have the Ultimate. Myth Apex Team 2 is going to fight AG here. Lynx getting a down on AG. And what you look at that, Myth going in on the left side with the PK, Templex getting in a lot of damage, but he has 1 HP. Lynx ends up winning. They were the team to lose. They were the team far away from both of those teams. They had the Rock as cover, and they were able to pull it off. Good game by Lynx. They played that perfectly. The positioning at the end was great, and they were able to win that game. So that was an awesome game to watch.
Absolutely. Great game to Lynx. Their positioning, their patience, all of it paid off in dividends. They did a great job holding their ground there. There's an epic Mastiff versus Peacekeeper battle at the end. Everything you could want in an end circle. Though we did see that the circle wasn't quite as crazy as normal, as so many teams went down in that mid game.
Yeah, it was another bloodbath in this region. So many teams are fighting. So many teams are aggressive. I love the diversity in the meta, in the characters that they use, right? And it was really interesting to see Myth try and take on the left angle to get around Lynx. They were trying to push Lynx into fighting AG before they fought them. So it was really like close at the end, but Lynx was the team to win.
Absolutely. They definitely all jumped. They made the decision, Myth 2 did, to jump on that left side of the circle, and they all filed in a straight line down to try and route Lynx. You were absolutely right in Lynx having that great position. They agreed. They tried to route that team, but they just barely failed, and Lynx held on.
Yeah, now let's toss it back to Fallout and Blaze for the breakdown.
Thank you so much, girl. As always, Fallout here, joined alongside the man himself, Guy Blaze, and a great bounce back game from Lynx from Thailand, as they're going to bounce back in an incredibly strong way. After not really placing in the top 10 in the first game, they come out with a win in game number 2. Blaze, what stood out to you the most there, and break down the action for me? Oh, can't hear you, brother. Unmute yourself, my dude. Hey, happens to the best of us. It's happened to me at least 15 times on the ALGS broadcasts, and he may or may not be back. I still don't hear him. So you know what? I will break down the gameplay as we'll get Blaze reset here in a moment. Apologies for the issue there, all. And also want to make a quick apology for the slight technical difficulty as we had to reset the stream moments ago for just a few minutes. So appreciate every single one of y'all bearing with us. We, of course, are muscling through a overnight broadcast here in the American side of things as we're breaking down the APAC South region in entirety. But a great game number 2 coming through from Lynx. Of course, Lynx from Thailand is one of our squads who came in with the 3rd seed, and they placed 11th, 4th, and 3rd place in the super regional tournaments for the APAC South region. For those of you that might be just tuning in for the very first time and you're hearing me say things like super regionals, when I say super regionals, what I mean is Apex Legends in a very Apex-y way put together 2 regions, Australia, New Zealand, and the greater Southeast Asia region, which includes China, Thailand, Indonesia, and a few other areas, as we saw right there. So regions come together for a grand finals. They've been battling it out all summer long in the summer circuit that leads to today with the playoffs. This is where all the money is made. This is for all the marbles here. And Lynx, who had the 3rd seed coming into it, is showing up pretty darn well. Myth, aka Made in Thailand Team 2, also showed up in a very, very big way, as we'll take a look at the Game 2 results to see where exactly everyone ended up. Let's take a look to see the overall standings from Game number 2. Of course, it was Lynx who took it in first place. We know Myth was up there, Myth T2, of course, in second place with only 4 kills. A 10-plus kill game coming through for Lynx. That's going to put them in a pretty good spot. And in 3rd place, it was Armory Gaming, the last chance qualifier team, who showed up huge. Another Thailand team. So, hey, if you're from Thailand, stand up right now because you're showing up in a great way. Our top three teams, it looks like we got Blaze back on the mic here. Is that true, Blaze? I do not. I hear you.
Yeah, man, yo, it was a crazy finish there towards the end, and but hey, Made in Thailand, they got them some points on the board. I ain't gonna lie, I was scared. I was scared for those boys at a certain point because they were trying to make it into the Harvester, but they were trapped in the trenches, and they didn't have the Watson. They had the Crypto, Revenant, Wraith combo, but they still found a way to get on top of that building using the Crypto EMP. Knocked down the pylons, knocked down the fences, and they actually got up there and took that team off the top of Harvester, and they got themselves some kills to tack on from their 2nd place 11 kill game 1 performance there. So we'll see how they end up falling on the leaderboard here.
Yeah, Myth Team 2 say Myth Team who? We're Team 1 as they're performing in a great way. Let's take a look at the overall standings. Look at that. It's Myth and Myth Team 2 in 3rd and 4th place respectively, but Lynx is going to do it. They'll take the number 1 spot from Xavier, as they did, of course, have 6 points coming into this one, actually 7 points to start. They're now sitting at 31 points. Exo, want to quickly highlight them, the Australian God Squad of MT0 and Sharky. They got in 4th place last game. They won almost every single online tournament, 5 out of 6 of them in the Australia-New Zealand region, before having a little bit more of a challenge over in the Super Regionals. They did win 2 tournaments, though, in the Super Regionals. So Exo, keep an eye out for them, currently in 7th place. Blaze, what stands out to you?
Man, we got 4 Thailand teams, okay, in the top 4, all stacked with them. And all four Thailand teams there, and they've just been lighting up. So hey, you know, if you're from the region, what a time to be alive here, watching this
Bro,
tournament.
did you know that Thailand could play Apex like that? I personally did not have any idea.
I did not know. I just learned something new here today, okay? And this definitely did. But when it comes down to us being just 2 games here in the tournament, you know, we got about 5 teams up there. It can go either way. I want to say when we was looking at our other regions, the Americas and APAC North, it wasn't until about games 3 where we finally got a team with the first 50-point win condition. So we'll see if that's going to happen once again as we head on over towards game 3, or if it's going to take a little bit of time as these teams get warmed up today and some of these teams from the bottom of that pack start slaying out here.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Let's take a look at the game 2 highlights. See that final moment from Lynx. It was a great moment where Lynx was able to close that one out. Of course, they're currently sitting in first place with 31 points. And as you said, it was game 3 where we saw teams get that top 50 kind of threshold. 31 points is first place right now. Xavier with 30 right behind, and 24 with a couple of others as we're taking a look at the highlights here and seeing how exactly things finish. Or with Lynx.
Yeah, there we go. And this is our winning team here, Lynx, using that Gibby bubble well with the Bloodhound Sonar, and with their backs against the wall, this little ridge line right here is all the cover they need. Hitting the massive shots, being aggressive, cleaning up the kills, and they took charge there in the late game.
Exactly right. That's what allowed them to take home the victory. Not sure what happened to AG there. Armory Gaming was in a pretty good spot, and in the end, Lynx was able to take them out. Of course, our last chance qualifying team. However,
I do believe that Armory Gaming was the team that Made in Thailand took out, the one that we were talking about earlier that was positioned on top of Harvester. I do believe they fell out around that point.
Sense. Another team from Thailand. And you know, Armory Gaming might be your qualifying team in the last chance qualifier. They may have just snuck through. They didn't have the best super regionals all summer long with 31st, 11th, 34th, and 17th place. They took home the last chance qualifier. However, they're a former champion team alongside the likes of Myth T1, Wolfpack Arctic. Exo has won 7 championships. Of course, 5 of those came from the Australia, New Zealand region, which seems to be, you know, a little bit less competitive than the overall greater APAC South region, as the Thailand, Indonesia, and Chinese teams are so incredibly dominant.
Man, with us seeing the 11th place team, CLG, win the Americas, coming in here with no points whatsoever, we learned that it's just about making it to the playoffs, okay? No matter if you came in from the Super Regionals, the LCQs, you get to this tournament, it's going to bring the best out of you and your squad. Hopefully it does, okay? Because that's what it's all about. You know, you're getting that extra pressure on you, and now it is time to perform. So, hey, they made it so far in Armory Gaming. They got plenty of time to be able to come back here in the standings, because as we said before, we know the real tournament starts once that first team gets to that win
call out.
condition.
And Blaze, actually, it's a quick question I have for you. Is you obviously as a former competitive player, and I know you can shoot in Apex as well, one of the best snipers I've had a chance to play against. What's some advice that you would give for these players playing in the playoffs
It's too
here?
nice. Well, when it comes to my advice that I would give to these players is to, one, you know, you guys are going to have to play how you practice. And hopefully you guys have some good practice in, because time and time again, we see, you know, some teams, we'll say they're kind of catfishing the scrims, because sometimes they'll be a little bit too, not overly aggressive, but their play style in scrims is not indicative of what happens on game day when this is it. The last tournament here of the regional. So they're going to have to stay cool, calm, and collected. They've practiced a lot. They've been in these scenarios before. But one thing that we're seeing in this lobby is a lot of aggressive teams. Some teams are in some top 5 positions. They have great positioning on a circle. They're set up, but they see some kills coming by and they want to leave a little bit too soon to go pick those up and putting themselves just in harm's way when they don't need to. So, you know, hey, if you've made it to this point, just take a breath, calm down, and play your game. Play what you guys
I love
practice.
it. Yeah, it seems like they're definitely playing the same way they practice, with how aggressive in W key they're playing over in the APAC South region. Let's take a look at some tweets, though, as we had a chance to hear from each and every one of you. Obviously, you know, Blaze and I will hold it down, but you're also part of the community and the analyst fam, as we have Ryan7 Jets saying round 2, making it for 2 back-to-backs. Big shout out to Ryan. Thank you, Play Apex, for being the best distraction on my overnight. Sounds like my man is working, and sounds like my man is tuning into some Apex. Meanwhile, we got GG saying, in honor of ALGS, my favorite race skin. Look at that. We got some artists in the Apex community. How awesome is that?
I love
that
it.
race design. You see that, Blade?
I want to say, is that like a common skin? Like, it's some characters that got some sick common skins, like Gibby's with the roses. Oh my god! All right, one of his cheapest skins, but it's one of my favorites.
That's exactly right. I love that. Big shout to GG and Ryan. Thanks so much for the tweet. Of course, you can also be featured using the hashtag ALGS. You get 1,000 Apex coins if you're featured on stream. GG and Ryan, congrats to you. If you follow the Play Apex channel, make sure you do that. You will get 1,000 Apex coins. But Blaze, we are 2 games down. You said it. Game number 3 is where we, of course, saw teams break the threshold in our previous regions. I want to ask you 2 questions. 1, do you think it's going to happen in game 3?
Yes.
And 2, I will go on a limb here, and I want to put a little wager, friendly wager between 2 friends who've been friends for about 10 years. Who do you think is going to win it? And more importantly, actually, what game do you think we're going to see? It was game 7 in our first tournament and our second tournament. Do you think it's going to be another game 7? What do you think it's going to be?
You know what? I think that, you know what? I don't even want to curse the broadcast, okay, and say that we're going to go to an extended series so far here tonight, and it may take us a little bit longer than 7 games to find ourselves a winner. Now, you know, I will say that I do believe that in this game 3, some of these teams in the bottom who were not here in the top is going to make a statement. Now, we'll see if I'm right or not, but if that's going to be the case, we may be in here for a few more games, but I'm actually going to say that we'll get a winner in game
number 8. You're calling. Listen, I'm gonna
game number 8.
You know, because you've casted with me quite a few times. I'm a betting man, especially on broadcast. You know, one time I played odds on broadcast and I had to dye my hair. I had to, you know, highlight my hair. Not gonna do that again.
Yeah, and folks, I was there. I was there when he lost that bet and he showed up at the next event with blonde tips.
That did happen. But this time I'm not gonna get as crazy. This time I'm gonna bet you we do 20 desk push-ups on stream for the loser. I'm gonna go desk push-ups.
20.
Yeah, I'm gonna go game 7. Because it's already happened. And 2, we got the best intel in the game. We got John Nelson, the commissioner of Apex Legends Global Series, aka Anakin, back in the MLG days. You know Anakin. He said he thinks it's going to be 7 games as well, or you know, an average of potentially 7 games. So I'm going to go with 7. Are you down for a little friendly wager?
I am definitely down for a little friendly wager. But what if it's if it's under 7? Do you win?
Yeah, we got to figure out the over-under situation. If it's under 7, if it's 6,
yo, right.
If it's 6, I win. If it's 9, you win.
All right. So okay, yeah, all right.
6, you got the over, but only by 1. If it's 10, neither of us win. Bets off.
Lie. Okay. I take that one. I take that one. That'd be good.
Awesome. All right, that sounds like a plan, and I'm gonna enforce that. We're gonna close out the show with I think I said 20 desk push-ups on stream. I'll keep talking while you do push-ups because I know you're gonna lose. I'm just calling that out right now.
Hey, you know what? And honestly, John, when I'm playing ranked by myself, what I would do is that I would do reps based off my placement when I'm in ranked. And I did that the other day. When I tell you it was a terrible morning for me, I don't know if I didn't have my coffee or whatever it may be, but after 10 games in, I was sore. Okay, I was sore. Average 18th place finish, man. Plat Q. Sometimes, man, it's just your team.
Yeah, it's a little rough. The solo queue grind is very, very rough. Someone that knows a thing or two about that, I watch your stream pretty often. It's an awesome stream. Is one of our fellow broadcasters, one of our co-casters, which is tricks for how to be an amazing Apex player. Let's go ahead and take a look at Level Up with Girl.
Season 6 is all about teamwork, and it's also about planning for your team to fall apart. My solo queue season kicked off with something really interesting. My teammates were dying super fast. Like, super fast. Hey, he's useless to us. Get back, get back, get back. It's never been easy to solo queue to Masters. Now it's twice as hard because the new season forces you to play as a team.
This is standing in the corner.
You can't play like a hero. It's a lot harder to 1v3 like people used to. I got this 1v3 down! If I was going to ever rank up, I needed to play it safe, and that meant going with a defensive main, a main like Caustic. For my road to Predator, Caustic was just what the doctor had ordered, except when he wasn't available, I then found myself playing Lifeline. In this new season, Lifeline is great, because if your randoms die instantly, you can quick res them and try your best to make space while they're getting revived. Whether I was playing around Lifeline's shield or preventing a push with Caustic Trap, both legends got the job done, and I eventually made it to higher rank play. That's where things have gotten interesting. In Platinum, my teammates were easier to support, not so much in Diamond. Once again, I found my squad going down fast. So while I go for every RP I can, my strat is to play it safe and smart. Starting by playing legends like Wraith or Pathfinder, their ability to rotate out of danger is key. I'm also using my longbow more and more, in an attempt to keep fights far away, while also giving me the option to play third-party spoiler from a distance. But Season 6 still puts an emphasis on teamwork. Now more than ever, it's time to play like a team. We're playing here. It's time to play with your team. Get back, Pappy, he's dead. It's time to IGL, and it's time to keep your team together and safe. If you're gonna try to hit Predator, like I am this season, I'd say figure out what the safest rotation is, figure out when you want to fight, and when you want to disengage as a team. Playing as a team is the most important thing right now, because it's so easy to fall apart. Woo, baby, let's go!
Play as a team, don't one. Sorry, everybody. All right, go. Amazing stuff. That's how you get your way to Predator, apparently. Yeah, I'm going to take a lot of notes from that, and I'm sure a lot of people watching will do as well. As you can see, my notes are going to have to be retrieved in just a few seconds because they went a little bit further than they were meant to. But amazing stuff from you. Great advice, and I'm sure a lot of players are going to say thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Wow, Mom, I'm famous. I'm on TV. But yeah, seriously, sometimes solo ranking is difficult and frustrating, but when you get those wins because you were able to adapt and overcome with your teammates, like it feels so good. I know you've been playing ranked. You're diamond, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm grinding. I mean, Season 3, I was pred. Then I wasn't able to play a couple of seasons because I was just traveling and working. But we're working our way back up. We're going to hit Masters pretty soon. A little bit of a flex, but I'm sure that I'm going to get a little bit further on now that I've got those tips. And, we'll get a few games in. And I'll be that guy that makes you throw your headset on your chair in frustration. Hopefully not. But back to the games that we do have, of course, coming up ahead of us. And game number 3 now, and there's a few teams who've put some big points up on the board, girl. What's impressed you most about this region? Because it's been kind of a bit crazy for me to watch. There's been teams flying at each other, as you can see. We're actually going to head over to Kings Canyon again now. And I said it was a little bit crazy. Are you expecting more of it here?
Yeah, well, these are aggressive and smart teams that we've been watching these last 2 games. I'm wondering if they're going to change up what characters that they play in Kings Canyon, because when you are so aggressive in Kings Canyon, you're going to be third-partied a lot more because the map is so much smaller. And as we saw in the first game, there were a couple teams landing on each other. That's something that I'm going to expect happen in Kings Canyon. I believe that some teams will try and take the same spot. Here we're looking at everyone landing. A lot of people got their own spots though.
Yeah, it's one thing that kind of jumped out to me in our game number 1. Everyone was pretty comfortable with their landing spots. There wasn't any contention off the drop. There's a few kind of warning shots fired, so to speak. But we're actually going to get a look at that first circle here, and an interesting one. We can see it pulling towards the southwest of the map. Salvage potential finish. Gauntlet also looking like it could be, but Bunker's still involved as well. So what are your thoughts on this initial circle pull?
My first thoughts are I've seen an end zone end in the Gauntlet open area, and it was a bloodbath. It was so hard to get to. So what my thoughts are right now is who is going to get into Gauntlet as fast as possible and secure a good spot, because that end zone, if it ends in the open area in between Gauntlet and Salvage, it's going to be a rough ending for some teams.
We'll have to see who can make their way over there. And Xavi Esports, of course, the winners of our game number 1, and putting up a huge amount of points as well, almost halfway to that match point target, which we have, of course, talked about and what the format will be for the APAC South playoffs here. 50 points is what all these teams are aiming for before they have to win a game. You have to earn this here. You have to win a game. You have to be the champion, of course, to become a champion of the region. But another team who are looking pretty comfortable at the moment. It's actually the same team, excuse me, as we're going to see. Now over to Myth, who are going to have a heck of a traverse to make here, girl, all the way from Map Room over towards Gauntlet.
Yeah, they definitely have a long way to go. So they might take it a little bit slow, right? They might look for some teams around them, take it a little bit slow. They might push a water treatment team, repulsor team, and then they're going to have to make it in near market area or the south part. But I don't know if you noticed, Xavier Esports, they won their game in game 1 with a devotion in that last circle. It put in a lot of damage, and now they have a gold one, so that's awesome to see. They're probably really happy about that one.
Yeah, they're going to be happy. Anyone who hears it isn't going to be happy, and anyone who gets on the receiving end of that thing revving up is certainly not going to be too happy as well. But hey, look at this. I mean, there's a reason that we have you on the broadcast, and it's because you've played just as much as Apex Legends as anyone has, and it's showing here as we see that pull in that second circle with that beacon towards Gauntlet. So we're going to see Invictus Gaming, who currently all the way over by the rig as well and moving towards Capacitor. They've got a long route to go as well. But one thing that's jumped out to me that we saw in our first couple of games on World's Edge, Girl, was a lot of teams not making that early beeline for a rotation, kind of taking it a little bit slower, and a few edge fights actually breaking out maybe a little bit earlier on than we would see maybe in the EMEA or the Americas region.
Yeah, I think because a lot of teams like to play aggressive, right? And they're running more Gibraltars and Revenants in this region. They want to be edge. They don't want to be straight center of the map because that's where you'll get third party the most. So they're trying to play around the edge zone to see what teams that they could pick off with their Crypto Revenant combo. And yeah, that's what a lot of teams seem to be doing.
Well, let's see if that pattern continues here. And you can see a Revenant in the lineup here for Jester as well. And not too many comp changes from what I could see initially from what the teams were playing over on World's Edge. But you can see the ring's going to be closed. It's still got 4 minutes or so until that ring does close in. So they've got plenty of time to rotate. And Jester making that rotation now through the destroyed bridges area towards the southern side of the map. Myth, though, having to slow things down a little bit here on their rotation. You can see they're inside that first ring, but with that beacon lighting up as well, they're still going to have a little bit of room to move from. And at the moment, Girl, nobody actually taking any real estate inside of Gauntlet so far. So an area for some teams to try and work their way into.
Light ammo here. Yeah, I think it might be pulling towards airbase, as I think I saw someone scan the beacon there. So it might not end towards Gauntlet, but Gauntlet's a good place to have it. It's an easier rotation towards airbase, or outside of airbase is probably where it's going to end. But you never know with these the variety of end zones that Apex has given us, which makes it nice. A lot of people willing to adapt here.
Well, we are going to see our first real action go down here as we see Thornbury Esports involved in this battle. They get a few downs. They will get the wipe here, so that's going to be one of those players actually down. It wasn't a wipe of the entire team, excuse me. One player has managed to escape, and I think he's still hiding down underneath. We saw the portal there, and I wonder if they managed to portal out, but they do manage to get at least one kill on the board. And speaking of fights that are going down, there's another one going down here, and WTF Rangers are going to be heavily involved in that. They did pop the totem to try and get the initial damage down, but they're actually going to look like they're going to come out on the worst side of this, being forced to now back down as they are going to lose their Wraith in this fight.
Yeah, they're getting chased pretty hard, and they just ran into another team. Their Crypto's trying to opt to take left. He's trying to escape. He might manage to escape with 1 HP. There's a team in the building. They might not want to leave their building because they've got a safe spot, and he's able to live and maybe recover the banners later, because you know what, with Revenant, when you use your Crypto, or with your Revenant ultimate, sorry, you're able to kind of go risk-free, run back and try and take your teammates' banners, and if you get shot at, you're just sent back, right? But you're not dead at that point.
So I have to see if they can make that play and get those teams back up to their full complement. Red Sea Harengai, though, one team who were inside, and one of the teams that we were talking about a little bit before game number 1 got underway. Pretty impressive results from them throughout the ALGS, and one of those teams that really have impressed in this particular region. And Wolfpack Alpha, as I put my teeth back in to pronounce that word properly, currently sat here just looking for these teams who will be rotating in through salvage and through some of these difficult areas on the map. A pretty strong position to sit in here if you are catching those teams off rotation. You can see there's a little bit of a battle going down, actually. 2 teams posturing up in the middle of the map here.
Yeah, lucky for them, the team across from them isn't a Revenant Crypto team. I believe they had Bloodhound, Wraith, and Gibraltar. So both teams are comfortable sitting in their spots here, but Xavier Esports taking in a lot of damage. The Wraith player might be able to get out, but 2 of them go down.
And it's Hectic who are the team who are pressuring them. That Gibraltar defensive bombardment is actually more of an offensive one, as they did manage to get 2 knocks onto that team. The Watson didn't manage to get her interception pylon down in time, or not sure if she had it charged and ready to go to stop that Gibraltar bombardment, really causing all of that damage. Maybe only 1 player alive here, 19 squads. You can see actually 1 player alive here. And it's going to be Ormalinx who was that man. Managed to survive that little battle here. Hectic now inside of Gauntlet are just working their way around these bins here, trying to hold these players out. Zero in the kill feed as well for Exo with that massive shot, and he's going to get the finish here onto Zabby. And now you're going to see these kills being thirsted, and that's going to be some KP on the board. One of our teams that have felt pretty good so far in the tournament.
Yeah, I wonder why they took so long to push the last person on the team, because it was a 3v1 right there, but I believe there's a 3rd team involved trying to push them away.
Nice shots going down here from the Lynx member. Now has to back up, goes into the void and back towards his teammates to try and get a little bit of cover. The dome will go down from the Gibraltar, which is going to allow him to heal up a little bit quicker than he would have, and of course just to avoid all of those grenades that are pushing in. You can see them doing a good job as well, just pushing up, making sure he has that time to heal, and it looks like the call that the damage has come in. Just try and push back again. Looks like the call's been made now, so just retreat.
Sorry. Lalabang noticed that his teammates were in the fight, so once you put off that battery, you don't go to full HP, because it's better that you fight with your team rather than get to full, because if your team goes down there, then you're in a 1v3. So essentially it's best to fight with your team. It's best to notice when you have to go into those fights and when you're out of those fights. And now we're back with Hectic. 1 member down on Hectic. Skirt almost cracked with a really great triple take shot there on Skirt. The headshots on the triple take do so much damage. Unbelievable.
I mean, the triple take is an incredible weapon now, the changes that have been made in Season 6. And I've got to be honest, when I'm playing Ranked at the moment, as soon as I see someone using the triple take, I make it my 1 goal in life to destroy that team, because it's so frustrating to go up against with the damage that it can inflict. And even up close and personal, like we were talking about a little bit earlier, it's kind of like a little Eva 8 in the back pocket if anyone tries to push you. But 1 player has been downed here for Hectic, so Bloodhound's trying to crawl back into a safe position here, but they do have the Gibraltar, so they can throw that dome down and potentially get that revive. But you can see where that circle is pulling a little bit, as the Bloodhound has managed to just about sneak behind this little ramp here inside of Gauntlet. And here comes that triple take shotgun effect. The question is, can he get the kill? That's forced the Wraith back. That's going to be a big play coming in.
Yeah, Amos is not OP, trying to get that revive. He will be able to get the revive, but they're both very low HP. So the team has to push now, or they're going to get the revive on their own teammate and make it a 3v3 once again.
So Morph team now inside of Gauntlet as well. You can see that inside that next circle as well. So they're going to be feeling pretty confident about just holding this position down and trying to pick up some KP, as those teams are going to be rotating in towards them. And finally, a little bit of calm here. It's been a bit of a crazy start here on Kings Canyon, as we kind of expected from the pace that has been set from some of our teams in APAC South. And that shot there with the charge rifle is not only going to do damage, that's going to level up that Evo shield. 2 purple now, so good damage. Results in a little bit more armor to work with.
Yeah, it's always nice to... The feeling of using the charge rifle and getting those 60 shots and up is so nice, and getting that purple, like those free 89 damage, it's such a nice feeling. They've got quite a safe spot, and here we are with a TAM holding this building. They have a Havoc, they have a Mastiff, they have Caustic Chaps, they have a Gibraltar. They have the ultimate defense for that building. I don't believe anyone will be able to push them. But they've got a bit to go. They've got a lot of teams surrounding them. Actually, middle of the map is so very empty right here. This is going to be a tough building, and they're getting pushed. Jaro getting some damage off with his Havoc, holding down with those gas trap. The gas is but they're going to perhaps get Crypto Ultimate here.
Yeah, they've got to make their way in, but they've got a minute and 30 to work with. But they do have some defensive characters to work with, and pushing this team is going to be pretty tough. Like you mentioned, they've got that core stick, they've got the barrels down. This is the team that's actually being coached by EMEF, and the success that he's had coaching in Europe, actually moving over to this region to help out some of these teams. It's been a big influence on the composition of this team with the amount of Revenants, I was talking to him beforehand, and Cryptos that they're using. They feel this is the perfect counter to those compositions, and especially towards that end game. But Myth Apex, they're going to have to make their way maybe across a little bit of a risky zip line here as they make their way towards Gauntlet, where we did see that circle pull in as well. So once again, never doubt Girl, because she knows where those circles are going to be going.
Yeah, it does seem to be one of those open circles that I was mentioning. But there are a lot of buildings in the zone for people to take and for people to fight in. And here we have Chambers with the Revenant going in, trying to get those shots. But Dexter getting thirsted quite fast there by EXO.
Bunny Hop now moving in, last player alive. As the Bloodhound does manage to get some damage down, he's going to have to swing out though, because another team is coming in for the third party. And even though he's scanning, he's dodging and diving, you have to feel like the end might be nigh for the Bloodhound and Bunny Hop in this position. However, it looks like that team has actually run off, and he's going to be able to escape from this position. So a little bit of a lifeline for the Bloodhound there, and I'm not talking about the legend pick.
Yeah, here we are with Wolfpack Alpha. They're still in that building. They're just on the outside of the zone here. They won't be able to scan any Pathfinder, but they might be able to use him for versatility.
That is going to be one team eliminated then. We're down to 13 squads now in our game number 3. And Kings Canyon, we always talk about the pace. That it is played out in all of the regions, but the pace here in the APAC South region is increased tenfold. It's like someone's just got a permanent foot on the accelerator. Wolfpack Alpha now actually being alphaed out of this position themselves, and you can see the Revenant doesn't quite know where it is, but the massive shot comes in, swings around, and Invictus Gaming will win that battle. We're down to 12 squads now.
Yeah, I really like the spot Team Dreamfire has right now. They've got the rock to work around. They're in the next zone, so they're going to have to just they've got all of these spots to hide in and advantages to use. He does opt to go for the Revenant ulti to try and get into these fights, but they were holding that portal there, and Kakal's team's actually getting shot at. But he does manage to silence that portal, so in case a team came through, they were prepared to fight that team. But fortunately for them, they're safe. They're good for the zone to pull through.
Wow, I'm not looking safe right now. Or a Thame, excuse me. My eyes deceive me once again. Campar will be taken down, and that will be the Australian lineup eliminated from our game at number 3. Another team who look like they're on the brink of elimination as there is a Gibby bubble going down, but are the grenades in there going to do enough damage, or will he be able to scrape away and stay alive? Bird TV needing to use all of his wings to take flight in that position to get through that sticky situation. As we jump on board now with Lynx, as they finally do manage to get the elimination there.
Yeah, they were able to kill off all of Morph here, so that was a lot of kill points for them. Hectic getting shot at, but they're trying to get those angles onto Lynx to try and third party, but it's a little bit too late for Hectic, so they're just going to stay in that safe spot and loot up and poke.
Actually, just on the edge of circle, you can see not a lot of ammo, excuse me, to work with in the 301. Another fight going down here, and it's Thundery Esports. And we're trying to hold off this team and the push that's coming in.
Yeah, they were getting massive shots from up close, and they've got almost no place to go, right? They're trying to get off the armor swap. I don't believe there was an armor swap in there, but he managed to get an R9. I love the R9 right now. It emits a lot of damage, but he's out in the open, and he goes down DF with the nice wingman shots on 3MC. Managing to take down one. They're only a team of 2, so they might be able to get both kill points here.
So Team Dreamfire inside the circle and overlooking all of this action that's going down as well, and they're hungry for kills. And you can see just one on the board here for 3MZ. I'm sure this team have managed to pick up a few more as we see EXO empty with the triple take in the feed as well. Another team going to be in front of him here on top of that roof, but they are safe for now. So Team Dreamfire just need to be a little bit careful in this position. Don't get hungry for kills. Don't get greedy for kills. Just look for those opportunities to present themselves and work their way towards the end game.
3MZ just got triple take shotted to 1 HP. Luckily for him, he has the Phoenix kit to pull off right there. Wolfpack Arctic in a rough position. He's 1 HP. He gets the armor swap though. Briefing Apes also 1 man alive. He's trying to get the thirst before he dies, but he goes down. Briefing Apes out of the game right now. And here we are with Hectic.
So Hectic, one of the last 5 squads remaining. We have in our first game here on Kings Canyon, and they are the team at the moment who are coming under EMP attack. You can see the damage that's going to be done there. They finally do take down that drone, but the only problem is it's already pretty much done its damage in that particular situation. Invictus Gaming still involved as well. We're going to see a big push now coming out of the Revenant. They're in that death protection. 2 players still are. Big shots with the Mastiff. Only 1 bullet in the chamber to work with. It has to pick up that reload as his teammates do go in and try and finish off those kills. Looks like at the moment they're not able to completely finish that team. As I say that, we're down from 5 squads to 4.
Yeah, they were able to indeed finish that team, but they've got another team to handle now. But they're pushing through team by team. They're not scared. It was a perfect Revenant push by them. They were in no danger whatsoever. They got a bunch of downs. They were able to eliminate the team, and there's 4.
So Lynx now making their way towards that circle. Only 2 seconds before they're going to have to really get their skates on. Sharky from EXO, who have somehow managed to get themselves back into this game. It was looking a little bit shaky for them as we see a Kraber shot actually going down from Zero. Dreamfire, though, under all sorts of pressure themselves, trying to play this low ground position, but some big, massive shots are really going to help out that situation. 3MZ doing a lot of damage here for his squad. Lynx now managing to stay alive from that position, making their way in, and look, they're just safe inside of the circle as well on this fence. You can see a Wraith Portal going down in front. And Girl, you have to say, at the moment, the Lynx are kind of overlooking the action at the moment, and they're going to hope some third-party opportunities open up for them.
Yeah, there is 4 teams left opposed to 3, so even if 2 teams do fight, they're going to want to make sure that they get eliminated, but they don't want to commit too hard because there's always that extra team on the end waiting to join in.
So Lynx here. 4 squads remaining. Like we say, full red Evo armor on every single one of them, and the battle is going to be contested around that castle. Who's going to be the king of the castle? That building being that said castle, of course, the fortified position inside of the circle. There's a little slither of one of the other buildings inside as well. The question is anyone playing that at the moment, or have all the teams been forced out of that position? But EXO at the moment, you just look at them, full red armors. They've got swaps inside of the building. Surely at this point, you have to feel that they have the game in their hands.
Cancel contact with hostile.
The Lynx now trying to make their way towards that end circle.
Yeah, I think so too. They definitely do have.
Lynx now moving in. Portal going to be going down. They're making their move towards this end circle now. They will be just inside as well, and they found themselves a little underhang to work from. So they're going to be safe for now. Drone circling about as well, and the EMP will be potentially coming in, but you have to wonder who's that going to affect most in that particular situation. Lala Bang on the Wraith. Gibby going to use that bubble as well, just to give them a little bit more cover. They're kind of just trying to buy themselves time at this point, and hope that some other teams are going to be pressuring each other as fights will go down. Dreamfire look like they're in a little bit of trouble right now, and they will be down, and they will be completely eliminated now. So we're down to our final 3 squads. Lynx are one of those teams. Of course, EXO taking the roof of this building as well. And I just wonder how many other players are alive on that 3rd and final team involved in this fight. All of the players know. Actually, 1 player has been dropped here. Just down, though, for Invictus Gaming. Shot with the Mastiff as well. Has to swing away. And you see, down to just 1 HP, and it's not looking good there, but Lynx still in a pretty good position. The question is, can they pick that perfect moment to jump into that third party? The difficulty here for them is they've got to traverse up the map. They've got to traverse up this particular building to try and take on that power position that is being held down by EXO. And you can see the game is in their hands. It's just a case of holding on to this situation, holding on to the advantages that they do have, and trying to capitalize when this fight breaks out. And 55 seconds left until that fight will be forced by these teams. EXO just getting those fences down. Empty on the Watson. Bolt in hand as well. Going to be doing loads of damage up close and personal. The one thing that they're probably going to have to focus on is getting rid of that Watson ultimate. Can they use that Gibraltar defensive bombardment to force EXO off of that height? One player trying to peek with the Kraber as well, and it's Zero with that in his hands. Opportunity to make a big play here, maybe get a knock. As these teams are forced in, the Watson ultimate will go down as well, so that Gibraltar defensive bombardment, which might have been the only play really available on the team down on the low ground, has now been taken out of contention. And the pre-portal also going down here from EXO to try and set them up for that endgame. Portal will be taken. Maybe dropping down in that position, see if they can pick something up. The Gold Mastiff going to be put into their hands as well. And you have to say EXO have got everything in their hands to work with here. Gibraltar Bubble going to be going down. That's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we are going into that final circle. Lalaban going to be going into the void now. Empty's going to get the first knocks. He can actually take that portal. He's going to be last player alive here. But surely in this situation, it's EXO who are going to be able to close out this game. The Wraith again disappears, but only momentarily. They're just waiting, biding their time, watching that portal for that moment. But no! Swings down from the heavens! But luckily for EXO, the Watson manages to clutch up in that position. But that was a scary, scary moment for them. But with the advantages that they did have, EXO will be your champion here in our first game on Kings Canyon. Congratulations, of course, to that team, the Aussie lineup, getting it done in that particular situation. But I mean, what a crazy end game that particular first game, I should say, on Kings Canyon ended up being. We apologize, of course. We've lost Girl for just a moment, but don't worry. She'll be back very soon enough, and she'll be joining me once again. But, I mean, that's now 3 winners in 3 games in the APAC South region that we've had in our first 3 games of the playoffs. So, I mean, you use the term all to play for, it very much still is all to play for in this situation. But for now, I'm going to catch my breath because I am absolutely exhausted after casting the end of that game. So I'm going to throw it over to Fallout and Blaze. Over to you.
Onset, thanks so much, mate. Back to Onset.
Back to him.
We just couldn't get enough of Onset. We couldn't get enough of Onset there. We needed more of him. We needed more of him. Big shot to you, Onset. Kudos to you for carrying the load there towards the end there as we're working through some technical difficulties. And Fallout here joined alongside Blaze. A great finish right there and a great game for EXO. That was a must-win game. We've been hyping him up all day long. And finally, EXO performs in a huge way, the Australian Kings.
They are here to play, John. Okay, they are here to play. We saw them there towards the late game. They were in the perfect position. It got kind of scary at the end there. I think that was Lala Bang on the Wraith. Took the Wraith portal, came in, knocked 2. Had a little bit of a 1v1 for a second, but at that point, he would have had to get a massive, massive shot on that last guy if he was going to clutch up for him.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Huge finish right there. Let's take a look at the results from that game to see how exactly everything finished. We do know EXO took home the first place finish. Right behind them was Link. So a back-to-back great game for Lynx. But this was the EXO show with 14 kills, first place. That is a massive game from the Slayers, 19, 20 years old, coming from Australia. We know how talented this roster of MT, Sharky, and Zero is. But Invictus in third place right behind the Chinese teams. Invictus and Dreamfire in third and fourth place, respectively, and that's a second time now that Invictus has dropped 10 plus kills in the top 3 finish. They're looking good, man. Hey, listen,
they are. Invictus, man, this is a team that I'm getting a feeling like, granted, they are already in such a power position. We'll see how the scores lay out when they get tallied up. But Invictus, man, they could be at that threshold at this moment. I will say going into that game, well, they were at 21. They got the 11 kills and a top finish. So they might not be there just yet. But, man, you're going to have to watch out for these boys today because this squad is here to play.
Yeah, you're teeing it up well. Let's go ahead and take a look at the leaderboard to see where everything shakes up as a result of that one. I don't think Invictus will be quite there just yet, but they're getting close. Lynx 2 points away from match point. EXO 5 points away. We have 3 teams, Blaze, that are within striking distance to get to that match point spot. It's Lynx from Thailand. It's EXO from Australia. It's Invictus from China. 3 countries, 3 teams dominating so far.
Yeah, we're gonna see, all the Made in Thailand teams. They're gonna drop down just a few more spots there, and we're gonna get EXO moving up there in those leaderboards. They were at number 7 in the previous game. Dreamfire was in 6th position. Both those teams moved up and had a great finish there. But hey, as we enter game number 4, we might have one of our first teams there at the win condition. And you know that with teams being this close, now their play style is going to start to change just a bit, because in the back of Linux's head, they know that, man, just 2 more points, 2 kills. Hell, you can get 2 points off of placement, John. But what they need to be careful of is that they got 48 points over the first 3 games for a reason, okay? They're doing things right. So those top 2 teams up there, they need to just make sure that they take a breath. Don't do anything, don't change up the gameplay too much, okay? If it's working, it's working. But just make sure you solidify the win condition, and that's getting the 50 points in game 4.
Yeah, I love that breakdown. And we saw that in APAC North and in the Americas, with Complexity in the America side continuing to play the same exact way. That's why they got so many points. Same thing with T1 and OP.GG over from the APAC North side. However, it was Blackbird Ventus that ended up getting the win in APAC North. Who will get the win in APAC South here in this tournament, as 3 teams are within striking distance. 3 teams have an opportunity to potentially close this one out. One thing I want to ask you, though, as we're actually going to take a look at the highlights in the final moment of EXO there. So I'll ask you this as soon as we wrap up those highlights.
Okay.
Hold the thought. Tease. It's about Myth. I want to break down Myth's gameplay. Let's take a look at the highlights here to see exactly how things broke down, how things finished for EXO.
Yeah, and this was 0. This is the last one. 1 knock. Almost got a second. Oh, actually, I take that back. This was Team EXO as they're waiting here in the back of the quarter. You're going to see this one player come out, and it was Lala Bang. Got the double, but couldn't get the triple. It happened so fast.
That looked like a scene from like a superhero movie or something, man. That was like, like Batman drops down from the sky and then all of a sudden takes out all the bad guys. He unfortunately couldn't get the last kill right there, but that was almost something miraculous.
Almost, man. Almost. Hey, those are the plays in which we love to see here. But yeah, John. So what about that question you got for me?
My big question is, Myth, where is Myth? Made in Thailand, the number 1 seed coming into this tournament, started with 10 points, only with 25 points total. Very briefly here before we throw to a quick spotlight, what's not working so well for Myth?
Oh man, you know what? When it comes down to Myth, it may be in their team comp. They're not really running too many defensive characters. Hell, no defensive characters at all. I want to say in the first 3 games, you got the Crypto, you got the Revenant, you got the Wraith. But hey, it was working out for them off the start. They got some high kill games, they got some points. But as these teams are starting to get warmed up, starting to getting some reps on both World's Edge and Kings Canyon, now we're about to enter our second rotation of games. Starting off, but they're gonna have to maybe they switch it up. Maybe they bring in a Gibby, maybe they bring in a Watson. But we did talk about earlier about playing the way that you practice to get to this point and not make too many changes. But we'll see if they can get back here towards the late game.
Yeah, they got to change something up because Myth is looking like a fragment of themselves. And speaking of fragment, big shout out to Fragment in our community, as we're going to have a chance to take a look at Fragment in some artwork. Let's take a look at this community spotlight featuring Fragment right here.
Hi, I'm Fragment, and I love Apex and also like to draw art for it. What inspires me to draw are great characters and the challenge to bring them to life. I draw my inspiration for Apex artworks from all the things that I find on the internet. Every little detail can be used for a great idea, and that's what I love about this universe. For how much time I use on my illustrations, sometimes up to 50 hours, just like the Revenant illustration, I hardly count the hours. At the end, it just matters what is the result. I'm most proud about the collaborations that I was able to do, like my most recent one with Logo vs Revenant, where I was able to work with Aureka 1812 from China. I asked her if she has some time to do a collaboration, and so we joined forces, and I think we created something really great. The community of Apex is like a big family, and that is constantly looking for lore pieces, creating their own headcanons and sharing their content with the world. All the energy that goes into that is not only motivating me to play the game, but also motivating me to draw. For the future, I want to tell more stories with my artworks. I want to work on emotions and scenes that make people feel what I was feeling when I did it. If you're an artist, never forget to have fun. Have fun in the challenge to create something on a blank canvas. Try to collaborate with other artists that think the same. and be part of the big Apex family. We all enjoyed it here. I'm Fragment. If you want to see more of my work, you can find me on Instagram, Twitter, ArtStation and YouTube, and I hope I see you there.
Man, that is beautiful artwork coming through from Fragment. And you heard him say it's one big happy family is the Apex community. Big shout out to every single one of y'all in part of the Apex family and, of course, in the stream in the community right now. If you want to be part of the community, part of the family, make sure to follow us on all things socials, twitch.tv/playapex. Of course, you can follow us on YouTube, youtube.com/playapexcompete. Make sure to drop a follow on Twitter, @playapex on Twitter. And, of course, use the hashtag ALGS for your chance to have your tweet featured on stream and a chance to have 1,000 Apex coins coming your way. We'll be featuring tweets all day long. So tweet at us. Tweet at myself and Blaze, @Fallout with 2 T's, @GuyBlaze. We want to hear your thoughts, your tweets. And with that said, the next game is ready. Let's go ahead and toss it over to our casters for the next game right after this short message from Lenovo.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of Apex Legends Global Series.
Here we go then, Game 4 into Kings Canyon again, and I'm joined here by Finn. Finn, girl said you are funny sometimes. I think you're funny all the time, so don't listen to her. Don't let her demoralize you, because we're going to get pumped here, get ready for Game 4. There are some teams that are so close now to that match point. All they got to do is get a few kills.
Yeah, it feels like any one of these teams could just sneeze on the other, and they'll already be on match point. Lynx almost ruining the dreams of EXO there with Lala Bang just popping down, almost one-shotting each one of the players, but they clutched, held on. EXO finally showing up, giving us that first place finish. A lot of teams in the running here for that match point qualification.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams that kind of can get victories here. They can get those wins, and they are getting closer and closer to match point. But for me, after watching a lot of Apex and seeing the meta develop across Americas and the EMEA, it's slightly different here, isn't it, in the APAC region? It seems to be a lot more raw aggression, just kind of running at everyone. We're not seeing as much consistency as we might see in other regions. And why do you think that is?
Yeah, I'm not even sure. Perhaps it's sort of the fragmented regions all coming together. Perhaps it has something to do with less scrim time together, or them going to different regions for that practice. I'm not sure what it is, but it feels like the wild, wild west out there. I kind of love it.
Yeah, I like to see aggression. I was speaking to Onset, I was saying, like, any sort of aggression where you get like lots of kills, it's fast-paced, I'm all for it. But my worry is, with this fast-paced action and the sheer amount of aggression we're seeing from some people, how are they going to be able to develop when they get that match point and they have to go for a more solid game plan just to try and stretch it out, get to the end game, and actually get that W? As you can see, we are going to be jumping into Kings Canyon before we go into World's Edge yet again. No one is on match point just yet, so you are going to see some more Apex action coming your way before we actually get to that possibility of anyone winning just yet. I mean, who are you thinking? Who's your favorite right now? Who do you think is going to be taking this whole tournament just from what you've seen?
Well, like you said, it's super hard to say because of how wild a lot of these end circles can be and mid games can be. But Lynx right now, they're playing out of their minds, and they almost took 2 first places in a row. I believe first place with 10 kills the game before, and then this past game that just occurred, second place with 8 kills, I believe. So they're actually playing very, very well, probably the closest to consistent that we see in this absolutely aggressive region.
Very aggressive region indeed, and that means we're going to get a lot of early fights. But I have to say, like, 20 squads, they start on the map, and we have seen 20 squads get into kind of the second, maybe third circle, and that's when it starts to thin out a little bit. But we don't have as much early rotators indeed. We don't see the people setting up for that late game as you might see in the EMEA or in the Americas region. And it does worry me a little bit, but it does also provide a lot of entertainment, and that's why we get the excitement. That's why we're getting such high kill games. I mean, Invictus Gaming have 22 kills already across 3 games. So let's look at the top 3 right now. So we have Lynx, they're on 48 points. They need 2 more points just to get into that match. If you're them, do you just look for fights early on and try and secure those points via kills, or do you try and get maybe to those later stages to secure it via placement?
Well, if I'm Lynx, my thought would be just to play it safe, actually do those early rotates that we haven't seen a whole ton of, and just know that those points and those kills will come naturally. However, you know, we see all these cryptos, and Crypto can use his drone to scan beacons, but I feel like they're all picking Crypto just to use that EMP ultimate and push other teams and get those kill points.
As much aggression as possible to try and get some sort of advantage over the opposition, and I mean that's what Crypto's EMP can do, as long as you put it alongside Revenant. And I remember the first game of the day, there was just Revenant ults everywhere. There was just totem after totem after totem. It was like someone was trying to build something to scare people away. But in the early stages, a couple of early contests, a couple of gunfights going on. You can see already here, Jester losing out on one. And they might lose out on a couple more if they don't hit his massive shots. But that is a big shot, doing a lot of damage there and getting the final kill. And that's on Myth yet again. Both these Myth teams, they've struggled in the early stages of these games.
Absolutely. Last game, I believe, between both of them, they only grabbed the one single point. Juster clutches it, and Myth goes down. This is absolutely crazy. They're reeling right now, especially in these last two games, getting eliminated so early with so little to none regarding points. So Jester barely holds on despite losing a player early. They're going to res them and get out okay, as it seems.
So Xavier Esports, a team that had an amazing early start, and they are on 30 points, so they still need another big game if they're going to get to that match point total. You can see it's going to be a southwest circle, very much in the middle is going to be Salvage. I imagine those teams on the northeast side are going to have to rotate sooner rather than later, but they're going to be contested by a lot of those teams that are holding on in the middle of the map, like Cage, for example. Bunker is going to be a focal point for quite some time, I would have thought as well, but certainly a tricky circle for those who are on the northern side of the map.
Absolutely. In fact, if one of the teams rotates into what is now an empty cage with any sort of long-range weaponry, like the newly buffed triple take, I'm curious if they can use that positioning to their advantage to take advantage of teams who rotate too slowly, picking off people who are coming in from that northeast edge of the map like you mentioned. I'd hate to be a team that's in rig right now.
Yeah, it's just one of those times where you drop in your usual place and you're hoping the circle's going to be favorable to you, but they would have played enough games where they know how to rotate and they know which kind of angle they want to take and what teams they might be running into. That's what happens when you get a lobby like this and you played 3 or 4 games. You start to realize who's going to be where. But because, of course, there's only the second game on Kings Canyon, things change a little bit from World's Edge. Maybe you won't have as much consistency, you won't be as comfortable because they're two very, very different maps. As you can see, Dreamfire now, our second seed coming into this tournament, really struggling to get out of range from these shots. They're just being put under so much fire.
Absolutely. It's really hard to rotate when you've got snipers and triple take shooting right at your face. But just like we saw in sort of the second game on World's Edge, there's a bit of a slowdown, a bit more maturity to the plays and the rotates. I expect we'll see some of the same, despite what looks like Wolfpack's member Zeratos just went down to Kha'Zix. So we'll see what comes out of that. If that was a full squad elimination, I'm not quite sure yet. But actually, a couple of squads already out.
Yeah, a couple of early dippers down to just 18. And those teams are probably ones who have really been struggling in the early stages of other games as well. We are starting to see a little bit of a difference in terms of maybe the top 10 and the bottom 10, as we do see a little bit of an engagement here. Bunny Hop just about survives with a slither of health, and it's going to be Wolfpack who are on the other side, and it's just going to be Twizzy on his own. It's going to be a 1 versus 3 at this point, but it looks like he is going to have a tough time trying to rescue those banners, so probably is just going to have to get out of dodge, really. See if he can rat his way to a potential finish.
Exactly. Hopefully that Jibby just bought the latest Nike running shoes and he's getting out of there because they got triple takes, they got armor, they got everything they could want and took down 2 of his friends. So Wolfpack Twizzy is gone. Did not manage to get the banners either. Will likely not loop around to grab them. So this Gibraltar is going to have to become a ghost over these next couple minutes as he recovers from this fight. Placement points is likely the only opportunity that Trizzy will have, but we'll see. Maybe he can climb a tree and jump down on a squad that's unsuspecting in third party. You never know.
Contact.
Yeah, Gibby isn't the best character, I'd say, to try and rat out with. Somewhat more visible than the Wraith model, which is usually the ideal ratting capability. But certainly, I have seen some Gibbies do some disgusting things in late game. Having the bubble can really help you out with any sort of 1 versus 3 fight. You can segregate players and potentially win those 1v3 engagements. But as we move on to round 2, as round 1 is slowly but surely closing, you see several teams still rotating from this northern side, but these teams that have already managed to set up shop within the circle and within these choke points are having a field day, just laying down damage on anyone that might be flying in.
Absolutely, and the other Wolfpack team is looking for blood here as they pin down Morph, it looks like. Throwing grenades, doing everything they can to try and get those early eliminations. Wolfpack, both teams it seems have been pretty aggressive when it comes to their early game run-ins. They're all sorts of aggressive. In fact, it looks like they're still poking, prodding, not full committing quite yet. But as we jump over to Morph, it looks like they've stabilized a bit here, despite having an abysmal armor situation.
Poking and prodding is what all of these teams seem to have been doing consistently. Just really looking for those engagements, trying to get those kill points and get closer to that 50-point threshold so they can get onto match point. And certainly for a few of our teams, they are nearing that opportunity, and that's when it starts to get scary. We saw that in the Americas and of course the North APAC region as well. It wasn't until Game 7 that we actually saw a team manage to achieve a victory after being on match point for several games. For some. So we'll really see whether we will see a standout victor here in the APAC South, or whether after a couple have got match point, they're just unable to get that victory.
Absolutely. I'm very curious to see if there's going to be a pattern here, or if it's going to feel like just a random drawing of straws, and whoever gets the short straw, whoever gets the long straw is all up to chance. I want to say that Lynx has been playing quite well these last couple games and could be in a great position if they just have 2 more great games and in with that win. They could potentially end this earlier than Game 7, as we've been seeing Game 7 has been the magic number for when a team finally finds their footing and achieves victory in this format. As of now, we've got Hectic moving in, using Bloodhound, trying to aggress on a team right now and eliminate them early.
Yeah, all the utility is going to come out to try and force Xavier Esports out of this little room they've managed to find themselves in. One's already gone down and they're just struggling at the moment to avoid all of these grenades, all of these mollies. Hectic are going to get aggressive. The Gibby goes down, but the follow-up is good and some decent damage done here from the Bloodhound. Manages to crack another shield, needs to get back involved in this fight, needs to hit these shots, and where is Skirt? Skirt, that is going to be the real question. Finally he arrives just at the right time, manages to down one, will get the revive, they get the wipe, and Xavier, even though they are closing in on that 50-point threshold, it is not going to be this game. They are still going to have to go into another game to accumulate some more points.
Absolutely. Xavier Esports, they're going to have to put their dreams on hold as they're eliminated early here. But for now, we still got teams poking with the charge rifle. You can see this humongous antline that's condensing all around Market and Rig. I imagine we're about to see a bloodbath in that area as teams continually go deeper and deeper into the circle. As of now, though, we've got Invictus still on the outskirts a bit here, taking some sniper fire, and it looks like a Crypto ult is coming their way.
And when a Crypto ult comes your way, you know there is going to be people to follow. Quite often, usually a Revenant and a Wraith. So Invictus just trying to reposition, trying to get out of dodge and not leaving themselves too vulnerable. Remember, Invictus are a team that are 11 points away at the moment from that match point threshold, so they could do with a late game surge, as we're going to see some aggression now from Jester, decent damage, and manages to get the final kill. So Invictus Gaming, they are out in 17th, so I doubt they will be getting to the match point threshold in this game as well, which leaves us realistically to Lynx and EXO. They're the 2 teams who are going to be closing in on match point.
Absolutely, and just as you say that, they are the 2 leaders on the leaderboard as well. They are the closest to that threshold, and it looks like they've held out the longest when it comes to those top teams. Right now, we've got a very interesting portal strategy coming out from one of those teams that I just missed, but it looks like they're going to try and take advantage of that resurrection that happened in the Storm. A very, very risky play. We'll see what happens in the kill feed. As of now, 1NL is taking advantage of this loot over here and positioning. They actually great position in the zone. EXO also armored up, full purple, looking great. I think they're in good position to qualify. I expect both EXO and Lynx to go ahead and qualify for that match point this round. I don't see any reason why they can't make it. I know that they know it. So they're probably going to play conservative enough to make it happen.
Yeah, just make sure you get yourself into a high enough placement point. They'll know exactly where they need to be. I mean, a little bit easier for Lynx only needing the 2 extra points. For EXO, they only need 5. And considering the performance we just saw from EXO after that victory on the 3rd map here on Kings Canyon, I'm pretty sure they're going to be able to know how to achieve that again. But 1&Out are going to be under a little bit of fire here. You need to be very careful, but they've managed to get the high ground, and that's going to be Skirt going down. So actually, Hectic, after going for that 4th play, have found themselves under quite a lot of fire, and it's just going to be down to Gen here. He's going to be the Bloodhound. He's going to pop his ult just to try and survive. Beast of the Hunt active means he's going to be very fast. He's going to be hard to hit, and he's actually managed to get 1, which should give him enough room just to back off slightly, survive, and maybe reevaluate whether he wants to take this fight.
Absolutely, it's looking extremely even right now, but 1&L gets the resurrection, so it's a 2v1 as it is, especially if this Bloodhound pops that battery, as he just did. They're in a great position right now, so Hectic's going to give up on this push for now. It looks like he's moving out. He's probably not going to get the resurrection on Skirt, despite the fact that Skirt pulled up and saved the battle last time. This time, Jin Burton's going to have to clutch his Bloodhound. We'll see what he decides to do, if he goes back in for banners or if he just cuts his losses and moves on. As of now, I'd say that's probably the better decision for him.
Yeah, sometimes it just be that way. No man left behind is usually the motto, but when it's tournament life on the line and when it's trying to get those extra points, you have to survive. But EXO, speaking of surviving, they are trying their best to survive. Again, they're under fire in this little teeny room, and one of them has already fallen. The res will come up though, because the Gibby bubble will allow them to have that extra little bit of cover fire. Now for the rest, it's about what happens. Where is the rest of the push? And actually, it's going to be DF pushing in now. They've managed to get 1 down, make that 2. It's all going to be down to Shark to try and survive. And my big question is, have EXO done enough to get those 5 points they needed to get to match point? Because top 15 is just there or thereabouts. Not going to be enough. So it's going to be a big question, really. Is there going to be enough kill points from them? Because of course we weren't able to see every point of view. There might have been a couple of cheeky kills here or there. So really that leaves us down to just Lynx as maybe being able to get match point here.
Absolutely, I think you're totally right regarding EXO. I believe they get 1 point for that 15th place finish, so likely they didn't get the 4 kills they needed to qualify this round. It looks like their dreams are going to be cut short as well. Lynx definitely looking like the favorite so far. This is a crazy push from Jester, who's been absolutely aggressive so far with this Crypto Revenant Wraith combo that they've been running. They've had a lot of great success in the mid game so far, pushing teams, getting out alive, getting kills. I expect that they're going to be very happy with the results of this game, even if they don't quite clutch the win.
Yeah, so much aggressive compositions, and I know there are a few teams who are trying to run somewhat of a counter composition, trying to use a caustic, for example, to try and just use that gas to survive and make sure you're not just EMP'd and then rushed imminently. However, it hasn't really worked out. I hasn't seen those teams really surge up in the leaderboards. They haven't got those points that they would have liked to have accumulated. However, once we get to that match point, my big question is whether those teams who are running these aggressive comps, are they still going to be able to find those victories? Because we've had a different winner in every single game so far. We could end up going the distance if no one can continue to find any consistency and get a second victory.
I absolutely agree. If a lot of these teams don't calm down a bit and show a bit more restraint and a bit territorialism needs to happen, I'd say, for them to develop that consistency to get the win. Because you could get points all day, every day off of kills, but unless you can wrap up with that big Battle Royale victory, the champion screen appearing on your screen, then you're not going to take home the first prize. So we'll see if any teams can manage to do that. But like you said, it's been a smattering of results. I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen here, but Lynx, as we move into Lynx here, they're the team to keep the eye on.
I think another surprise has been those teams who are highest seeded coming into this haven't really shown up. When we look at Myth Team 1, Myth Team 2, for example, Team Dreamfire as well, they've also been struggling here or there. They were 3 of the major teams I was looking at when we looked at previous results, who was qualifying where, who had the most ALGS points, but they haven't been able to do the business in these playoffs. As the circle is closing in, it's going to be very far down towards salvage yet again. So those teams who did make their way there early are going to have a lot of success, as the nades are now coming out from Briefing 8. They do have that caustic meta that I was talking about, that composition that's going to be very good for any late game that's going to be secluded with a lot of buildings.
Absolutely, and a beautiful, beautiful Kraber shot coming out of Jinja Ninja. as they look to close the distance here and abandon their cover just to see if they can clean up those kills. Every kill point matters, and they're looking to make a name for themselves. We'll see if they're one of the contenders for match point as well by the end of this match, as they look to finish off this squad. This one Crypto putting up a huge fight. They may be done.
Fight. The Devotion just came in and ripped shreds through them, but then all the nades were just being tossed from here, there, and everywhere, which is why we saw both teams just falling in the end. And WTF Rangers just sat here comfortably on top of Market and just scouting the land, really, seeing where everyone resides, seeing where they can maybe be pushing, because they have a little bit of a way to go into that next circle. As Red Sea now, look how weak they are. They have no shields whatsoever. However, there is a shield battery available for Bunny Hop. He is going to be the focal point for everyone. Make sure you take away his shields and you should be able to win the fight. But it looks like they've been able to survive ever so slightly, and they're all shielding up here.
Oh my gosh, and a beautiful Arcstar stick, and all 3 shields, it sounds like, crack from this as he pushes another team. The aggression coming out of the Myth team too is nuts right now. He jumps right into a Caustic Barrel. He's going to have to ult straight out of that. And as he takes a massive shot to the side of the face, it's not looking good for the Bloodhound on Myth Team 2. However, we'll see if they can recover here and get some kills, as there's a lot of low HP players in the field right now.
There is. Everyone wants to take this real estate. Everyone wants this building, because we know how important it's going to be with this circle. Myth APAC Team 2 are struggling at the moment, but some decent massive shots will at least keep the oncomers at bay. We are going to see potential reses here. No, not just yet. Athiam. They're going to have to sit back. They're going to have to wait. And this could have been the perfect spot for Athiam. If they had the Caustic up, they could have set up. They could have had the possibility to win. But the Caustic is down. And it's going to be a real struggle for them to even try and get him back up. Only 10 squads left at this point, and everyone is going to want these buildings.
Absolutely. And as you can see, the aftermath of that fight, many players are squads rather, are missing players. So there's teams of 2 down there. That squads like Thornbury, who also has a team of 2, is looking to prey on with this high ground. Actually, just eating a shot is his ally here as he knocks somebody swiftly after. Looks like from Lynx, that's Lynx down there. And I'm pulling a quick portal here that accidentally kidnaps the Bloodhound. It's chaos down there. They're trying to execute what they need to, but they get headshot.
Well, the good news for Lynx fans is they've got into the top 10. They only needed 2 points to get match point. So after this game, they are going to have the chance to win in the next. Match point will be available. They are going to be above that 50-point threshold. So they are going to be the focus for all of us. Can they win it in Game 5? Or is it going to be similar to the Americas? Is it going to be similar to the North APAC region, where we saw teams who were able to get match point after Game 4 or 5 struggle to find that second victory that they may need? Or first victory if they'd only done it off points. But Lynx now under a little bit of fire. Arcstars and other nades will to follow now, just to try and do a little bit of damage and keep that team at bay. But just look how much shields they've lost. Their health total has been depleted completely. They're having to bat up, but they do have red Evo shields to work with. So if they can get them shielded up, they are going to be a very scary force when they push. And the aggression's coming in here, Finn. They want this fight, and they've been able to win it.
Absolutely, Gaston. I can't even believe how well Lynx is performing under pressure, knowing that they're the ones to beat and knowing that they're in a terrible position in the zone, quite frankly, and they're still making it work with these little slivers of rocks and cover. They're keeping the snipers at bay while dueling other squads and coming out on top. They're making a big statement here, and they could be the team that ends up taking the final victory if they pull up a little bit more consistently in these next couple games. We'll see if they can survive this bridge. This is one of the toughest rotations I think I've seen.
Circle's coming in, the Gibby bubbles are coming out to give a little bit of extra cover. Lynx now are pushing in, they are getting aggressive though. Peacekeeper in the back pocket with the R301, but the shots aren't good enough to help him survive, and Lynx are just under fire from every single direction right now. They're down to just 1, and Wolfpack, they're also pushing in. They're utilizing this Gibby bubble. The circle has fully closed, and people are trying to get as much real estate as possible. Lynx are wiped in 6th place. Myth Team 2, they're still alive, but they are just down to 2. Like several different teams still left in this lobby. There are a couple of weak teams who have lost a man on the way as they see yet another player from Wolfpack taken down.
Absolutely. Myth Team 2 is going to need to show up big when it comes to cleaning up a lot of these kills and winning the game if they want to qualify this round. I believe they're sitting somewhere at 24, 25 points. So they've got a lot of work cut out for them if they want to recover here. As they did by keeping 2 of their players alive. However, Morph is looking in great position here as they have 2 reds and a purple. We see that Atheum also on 2 players. The team up there also 2 players. There's a lot of broken squads here, and we're going to have to see how they use the altitude and the environment to play this final circle. Not quite final, but things are getting tight.
I mean, with how tight that circle is going to be, it could well be the final circle with all the fights that are about to unfold. But as you said, a couple of teams like Morph, like Atheum, who haven't been able to accumulate much points thus far, are having big games here and will start to give themselves a chance of getting closer towards that match point. EMP does come out, so Morph now are going to push in, they're going to get aggressive with it, but can they actually find any kills is my big question. They go back through the portal, the totem is down, and the shots are going to come out with the Mastiff now. Does a decent amount of damage, is able to get 1 down, and that's going to be Morph falling slightly here. 1 down, 2 to go, but they are really struggling with the push coming from the other side. Atheum have also lost 1 at the same time, and it's carnage at the moment with all these teams just trying to take hold of this building. And LFT, they're backing off. Myth doing his best to survive. And realistically here, if anyone can just hold on to this building, Finn, they should be able to be in prime position.
I absolutely agree. Look at this insane fight. We've got multiple stories. We've got squads dipping in, dipping out. There's portals, there's totems, there's Watson fences all over the place. It's almost like a modern art piece. I don't even know what's going on half the time as, unfortunately, Devinsum blocks his own thermite with a allied Watson ult. This is very crazy. There's a lot of factors at play in a very, very small space.
Atheum down to 1, but potentially a res here if they can get it off, which they should be able to. Thornbury, sorry, are down to 2 at the same time. Morph were down to 1, so a lot of weak squads and everyone just kind of scouting each other out, waiting for this final circle. And they've got 1 minute and 10 seconds to try and decide how they want to approach this. I mean, which team would you rather be here, Finn? Would you rather be one of the ones down low, or would you rather have the high ground?
I would, I don't even know. This is nuts. I think I'd definitely rather have the high ground. When it comes to high ground teams and their rate of winning, it seems to always be on top, literally. And as we can see already, Thornbury's taking advantage of this height and shooting down with a 301. Incredibly good, especially after this last patch, taking advantage of that altitude. Here we have a very trapped Atheum. We'll see what they do. I'm not sure how they're going to get out of this sticky situation. They've got almost no space they're working with. Myth Team 2 has a bit more space. Like you said, this building is a much stronger position, and they've got control of it.
Ideally, you want to be the last team joining this circle so you can just let the other 2 duke it out, deplete each other's health totals, and then come in and clean things up. Morph were wiped as the last solo player wasn't able to escape with his life. Tried to get to the circle a little bit early, hoping he wasn't going to be spotted. Alas, Thornbury, they have this vantage point, they have the high ground. But we've got 8 seconds now, and Thornbury know exactly where Atheum are. They've got eyes on them, but I don't think they know where the 3rd team resides. Myth, Team 2, they're waiting in the wings. They want to be the last squad to the party as well. Finally, Atheum are going to make their move, but you can see how Thornbury are so reluctant to look either way, and now the Gibby out will come out. Bubbles will also have to follow just to ensure that you can survive. The fight is going to unfold in this. Thornbury are going to be the last one to enter the party. Are you going to hit the shots, though? Are they going to do enough damage to get the victory? There is going to be a couple of downs, and now they're just looking for that final player, and he dies to the ring. No kill point for you. Thornbury Esport get the victory here in game number 4. But the real question is, was there enough points accumulated from Lynx, from EXO to get them close to that match point?
Absolutely. I think Lynx definitely did it. They made it deep enough into the tournament, into this game specifically, and they got plenty of kills along the way. So I would be absolutely shocked to learn that Lynx didn't qualify. I believe they will absolutely be on match point, and an incredible use by Thornbury at the end, jumping on the lifeline package and continuing to use altitude. Seems like a lot of these teams that are getting victories here are shooting down.
Yeah, we've seen just how effective high ground can be. Of course, if you can get those vantage points, you can get the high ground. And if you can be last into the fight, it's always going to be a good situation. But that's game 4 done and dusted. So we can head back over to Fallout and Blaze for their analysis.
Gaskin, Finn, thanks so much, gentlemen, and great job as always. Fallout here, joined alongside Blaze to break down game number 4. It was Thornbury Esport that does it with the victory. Big shot to Thornbury from Thailand, another Thailand team that's going to do it again, Blaze.
Yes, it will. And John, we were discussing, you know, how many games earlier that it's going to take for this tournament to end. I felt like some teams in the back were going to start climbing up the ranks. And right there at the end, we saw Thornberry and Atheaim come towards from the back, 15th place, 14th place, and now they found themselves with a top 4 finish each. So I'm curious to see where they're going to fall in these standings because it's about to be a close race.
That's exactly right. You see below the composition of Watson, Wraith, and Gibraltar. The traditional comp is going to do it. It's going to do the trick. They're going to get first place. Let's take a look at the leaderboard to see where everyone else shook up. Was it enough from Lynx to become match point eligible? We'll find out with the leaderboards, and the answer is certainly. I believe.
Well, yeah, because
they got 2 kills.
They got the 2 kills in the sixth
place. Yeah, exactly. That'll be enough to get at least the 4 points. Oh, sorry, the 2 points that they needed. That'll do the trick. Lynx is match point eligible, and if I'm looking here correctly, they are the only team that is match point eligible because I don't see EXO and I don't see IG here, Blaze.
Yeah, I don't see any of them, and guess what? I don't see Xavier at all. And coming into that series, so that was 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. That is unaccounted for. 5th was Dreamfire. I don't see them either. So it's almost like the standings got flipped here in game number 4. And now, soon, we're going to get the total standings overall. But we just got through officially our first rotation of our 2-map cycle. So now, as we enter into game number 5 coming up soon, these teams got a little bit of intel already of how the rest of the lobby is going to be playing. So we'll see what type of adjustments they're going to end up making.
Yeah, that's a great point. What adjustments will be made and what type of shifts or will be made as well. Of course, we always say it, Blaze, when we cast together, the definition of insanity is trying the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. So if you are Hexa, Red Sea, 1NL, Morph, I'm going to see something different coming out of the second half here as it looks like the overall standings are ready. So let's take a look to see who is there, who is knocking on the door. It is Lynx who's going to do it. Match point for them. They are now on their championship point here in a few minutes when we get started with game number 5. EXO with 45 points still. They got 0 points last game. Same with Invictus. So EXO and Invictus stay at 45 and 39. Myth, Apex Team 2, aka Made in Thailand, is going to do it. They're going to get to 38. They are now 12 points away. And I'd say there's 3 teams that are knocking on the door. I think it's too far for Xavier.
And then our number 1 seed coming to this tournament, Myth Apex Team 1, is still at 25 points. And I believe they've been at 25 points for the last 2 maps that we've played. Now, we also talked a bit earlier, John, just about teams when they get to just being about just single-digit points off of that threshold win. We saw it with Lynx and EXO here. EXO, like, and what I'm talking about is their play styles just changing up a bit, right? Them not relying on what worked in those first 2 games because they're like, guys, we just need 2 points. We just need 4 points. That's it. Okay, just rotate to the late game. We'll catch some kills in rotation. But those type of nerves, right? You got to be able to handle them and not let it switch it up too much, okay? So we'll see if EXO can get to that win threshold going into game number 5. And then we'll also see how Linux wants to play. Because they don't need kills no more. They just need a W. So they're gonna have to be safe as they rotate around World's Edge.
That's exactly right. I love the call out for EXO. Hands down, the best team coming out of Australia, New Zealand. So incredibly dominant in the online tournament series starting in January. They won 5 out of 6 of the online tournaments. And then they won 2 super regionals. They've been arguably one of the best teams, if not the best team in APAC South. And they're so close. The question is, can they clutch up when it matters the most? Can they get to that match point alongside Lynx? Or will Lynx be able to clutch it up in this next game? We are getting to the point in this match point format where things get very interesting. But let's go ahead and take a look at the highlights from the last game. The winning from Thornberry is they were to take out the win.
Yeah, so we got our circle ending over here towards salvage. And it's just not a lot of room to move around in. It's 3 teams left here. I think that was Athane that had to come out of that building there towards the end, but it just wasn't working out for them. And in the end, Thornberry, they had exactly what they needed. They're going to hop down last minute. They're going to work around the crafting station. Going to keep that height advantage and just fry the rest of their opponents. All right, shoot a fish out of a barrel. They come in and get the GG. The zone's going to help them out there a bit as well.
That's exactly right. That'll do the trick. They pick up themselves a win, and honestly, it was a must-win game as they were in 15th place with 11 points. that. We know that shot them up to the 30-plus point range. They are now in contention as well. We, of course, know that Thornberry does drop Capacitor in Kings Canyon. We're going to be switching to World's Edge, though, where they drop Overlook. Big shout, by the way, to Genome, caster of Apex and big community member in the Apex Legends series down from Melbourne, Australia, for helping us put together our Bible of research as we've prepared for this tournament, where we have all types of great info. But we'll keep a close eye on the Overlook, as we do know that's where Thornberry drops. Can they get to back-to-back here is the question.
And now to give you guys a reminder, who won our first 2 games there on World's Edge? Well, it was Xavier Esports and Linux. So those were the 2 teams that came out with the top victory there. We'll see. And Linux still being our team there on the win condition. And so we'll see how they're going to end up rotating around World's Edge and how that's going to play out for them. But John, as you said, man, these teams, they're getting up there. We're here towards the late game, and we finally took us 4 games. But we finally got the team with the first win condition. And we'll see if we get another here going into the next.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And we are going back to World's Edge, like you said. Lynx has won a game on World's Edge already. The question is, can they close it out again? And we will see. But of course, it's not just us that's been engaging and breaking down gameplay. We've also been hearing from you on Twitter. Let's take a look at some tweets to show you which tweets are featured. Who's going to get their hands on those 1,000 Apex coins? You better believe it. It's Ollie K. Big shout to Ollie. Me and the boys watching our OCE teams pop off with the thumbs up next to my smiling face. Hey, I like that one. Appreciate you, brother. As of course, we do have a lot of love for the OC, Oceania, Australia, New Zealand teams. And of course, we have Brahma saying Wraith forever with some beautiful custom.
I love that.
I'd love to see that, please.
I love that wallpaper. I'm going to have to get that. I'm going to have to find that one. I got to find a Pathfinder one.
Hey, Brahma, this is your task. Can you make a Pathfinder one for my man Blaze? I will take a Bangalore one. Yes, I said Bangalore. I know this is a competitive stream, but I like Bangalore. I like to throw smokes and get loose, Blaze. You know that.
Hey, man. Hey, ain't nothing like throwing smokes and getting loose. We know it all too well, John. All
yes,
too well.
Quite a
no
few
matter
years
the game.
Of smokes and getting loose.
Hey, well, hey, Bangalore. Hey, you just gotta double time out of those difficult situations. Drop the smokes, drop the bombards, and just hit some shots. At the end of the day, it's just about hitting shots, right? As long as you got good thumbs over there, John, you'll be okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, listen. The words of Snipe Down. All right, I got some gold stabilizers here.
I love that clip.
You and I both, man. That's a good shot to any controller players out there.
He didn't hit those gold stabilizers for about 10 years now. Okay, they ain't going nowhere. They're still shiny.
I'm about to say, mine are kind of rusting a little bit. I got some rusty stabilizers now, but they still do the job every once in a while. They still got a little shine in them, that's for sure. It looks like the game is just about ready to get started here. Make sure to follow us on all things social, twitch.tv/playapex, where you're likely watching the broadcast right now, or you could be watching from YouTube, youtube.com/playapex. Subscribe for all things Apex content. If you did not watch the Krakow preseason invitational, that's where you can check it out. Of course, on Twitter @playapex. And use the hashtag ALGS for your chance to be featured on stream, much like we saw my man Ali and Brahma getting featured. Make sure to tweet at us, @Fallout with 2 T's, @GuyBlaze. We'd love to hear your thoughts as well. We are just about a minute away from gameplay starting. And of course, you do have a chance, if you do get featured on stream, to win 1,000 Apex coins. You must be following us @PlayApex. So drop a follow, get tweeting. If you're awake late in North America or in Europe, shout out to you. If you're joining us from APAC region, welcome for the very first time to an official ALGS broadcast. It has been an absolute pleasure and an honor bringing you the action alongside Blaze, Gaskin, Onset, Finn, and Girl. Guess what? Gameplay is ready. Game number 5 is here. We are going to jump into gameplay right after this word from Lenovo.
Lenovo Legion offers gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of Apex Legends Global Series.
Battle with a machine that's as savage as you are. Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
All right, then. Well, game number 5 is about to get underway. Welcome back, of course, to the casting desk. And we finally have our first team here from the APAC South region, crossing that 50-point barrier, finding themselves on match point. And that is, of course, Lynx. A phenomenal effort from them so far. But my question to you, do you think they're feeling that pressure now?
Honestly, I think they've been playing really good game by game. They only needed 2 points last game. Now they're the only ones on match point. I think they're going to try and win this one. There's no one contesting them this game, but they do have 3 or 4 teams trailing behind them for those 50 points.
Well, let's take a look at the map schedule because, of course, we're going to be switching things up constantly here in the ALGS for the APAC South region. You can see now we're going to be moving back to World's Edge. You can see the previous winners of our previous 4 games as well. Savvy Esports linked with that big win in game number 2, putting them in the position on match point that they're in right now. EXO, though, taking that win in game 3. And Thornbury Esport, we've just seen taking that win on Kings Canyon. But something else to keep in mind here. Of course, Link's finding themselves on match point now, girl, but that's going to put a target on their back as well. If any other teams notice those skins and see Links running around, they're going to want to get them out of the game as quickly as possible.
Yeah, for sure. And now we're back on World's Edge, so a lot of people are going to be a lot more comfortable here. And we might see that aggressiveness that we've seen in those World's Edge games earlier on today.
Well, let's see if that does pan out indeed. We did see some crazy games on World's Edge, and to be honest with you, every single game so far in the APAC South Playoffs has been entertaining and full of action. But we're going to jump back into the games now. As you can see, game number 5 kicking off here. And just to put this into perspective a little bit, in both the regions that we've had previously, which is of course APAC North and the Americas, it has been game 7 where we've had our deciding champion named. So a couple of games here potentially for Lynx to get it done, but also for a couple of teams to put themselves on match point and maybe just steal that away from them.
Yeah, for sure. We see Lynx looting up. They're not contested here, which is surprising for me because I would think that some people would want to take them out early or take them out during their rotation because they know this is the only team stopping them right now from getting that win today.
Well, you can see the circle, not only the first one, but the benefit of the beacon. If it was a crypto or if it was a bloodhound or a pathfinder, of course, who's pinged that beacon, it's going to be around the lava fissure area. And of course, one of those new POIs added for season 6. And that is, of course, Countdown. Oh, what are your thoughts on Countdown, girl? Because for me, it's a POI that I love dropping in. You get that little bit of the loot bin down the bottom where the bottom opens up. I think it's quite a nice addition.
Yeah, I really like Countdown. I actually like all of the additions that they have made to World's Edge. Personally, there's a lot of great spots to loot. They really did a good job near Skyhook in that tunnel over there with the loot and the balloon.
Oh, apologies, we have just lost our feed at the moment, so we'll get that back as soon as physically possible for you. In the meantime, let's talk a little bit more about some of these POI changes because, we're back. Don't worry about it. We don't have to talk about POI changes for now because we have gameplay to talk to you. A bit of a scary moment there, but just to remind you, of course, this entire broadcast is being done remotely by an incredibly hard-working production team. Over the next couple of days, of course, we had the Americas and we got EMEA coming up tomorrow. So we do have a few technical hiccups. Just remember, the situation we're in is not perfect, but we're doing our best to bring you the action.
Not only hardworking, but very, very kind individuals. Now, I've never worked with such nice and caring people, caring about everything. And I think it helps with the production overall.
Absolutely echoing your statements there, but back to the game. Talk about what's going on because we've got what is going on in front of us now. And Hectic now moving around the tree area, landed some nice shots with that scout just to pop a little bit of armor there, work on his own Evo armor to bring that to within 100 points of being leveled up to a blue. And we know that's obviously the first port of call for all these players. Get that Evo up to at least a blue, get that extra 150 HP to work with, or 75 HP, I should say, excuse me. As we now hop over to Dreamfire, who are set up in the middle of Train here. Maybe just looking to gatekeep a couple of teams rotating in.
Yeah, Train is still nice. It has those high grounds that they're able to poke with that triple take. 4 teams coming through, rotating in.
So no worries for any squad so far as real up-close and personal battles is concerned in this game. We've got 20 squads remaining. Everyone's still with a full complement of players as well, as Atheim have made their rotation to Countdown now. And you can see there are a couple of enemy Watson fences up here, so there is going to be a little bit of an engagement going down. And when you see those Watson fences up, it's almost a little bit of a surprise to see a team not in position to defend this, because this is a strong position to be held at this stage of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. It definitely is a strong position. They do have the caustic, so they're going to sit tight, hold that spot, and here we are with EXO. Double gold armor here. They're going to be okay on resources. They have a lot of cells, and one cell equals 2 here, so they're going to be okay. I don't know why Sharky's not healing yet, but he's just scouting a little bit.
He's feeling brave. That's all it is. He's feeling brave. He wants to take a fight. He's saying, look, I'm going to kill you before you can even finish this off. And maybe he's just trying to rotate back these armors. And you can see he's going to go and pick that one up there. But now jumping on board with some battles going down as Shift is going to be taking not only 1 or 2 shots, but a lot more as well, as the Wraith player now, Leaf, is going to try and portal him out of danger, as well as his teammates. Gibraltar going down is going to make it pretty difficult, though, unfortunately for him, because they don't have that bubble to pick up that res. So it looks like Leaf here going to be backing down, getting away from the situation. Not sure if the Bloodhound has gone for the res. Unfortunately not. Gibraltar, you've been left behind. Shift. Well, if they can't get that banner back, they're going to have to see him in the next game.
Yeah, for sure. It was a really nice attempt to portal him out, but they were just so close, so they were able to chase them down very fast. And Leaf knew that he wasn't able to hold that portal or get the res off, so he decided, hey, we're going to have to play this out as 2 for now, unless we're able to get the banner later on. And now they're going to find themselves a safe spot.
So just a reminder of the game situation at the moment. We still have 20 squads remaining, but only one team at the moment has the opportunity to finish this right here and right now. And of course, that is going to be linked to the performance they've had so far. But a couple of teams we should mention as well. EXO, that we saw in a very strong position inside of Countdown. They're currently on 45 points as those shots hit hard with the Vault. And now you're going to see immediately the portal going down and trying to maybe go for a kidnap here. And unfortunately, oh, the Gibby is just leaning on it, but doesn't go into the portal. I've never seen a kidnap attempt so close, but yes, so far.
Yeah, Athame really put on that damage, and I'm surprised that he took the portal back and let them get away. I believe it must have been an accident because he was in no danger whatsoever, and it was a lost opportunity. Unfortunately, his teammates didn't go through with him there. They just missed out on a couple kill points, but they do have a team pushing them in the back, so they're going to have to be wary.
They have to be wary as well, because you see those doors have been blown off as well, so anytime they're going to be poking from that angle, especially where that Wraith portal is, they're going to have to be very, very careful of that third party. But Anaheim here still in this pretty strong position. And again, with that caustic, happily bunkering down here and just chilling for the time being.
Yeah, I love the spot that Jaro just got right above the door. So if someone comes in not knowing where their full team is, so if they don't have a Bloodhound perhaps, he's going to be able to get some free damage on them.
Well, over to Hectic now. You can see them moving through. On their way onto their rotation. Another team who's set up in a pretty strong position here is Myth Apex, and they're set up around the lava fissure in this building just to the south of that particular POI. Looks like they might be looking for potentially that circle to pull towards them, get a little bit fortunate, or maybe look for a late rotation in towards Countdown. But you can see they've got plenty of meds on the floor as well. It looks like they're in a pretty strong position. You can see 4 bats in the inventory as well here for Chambers, so they're also going to be overlooking this battle that's going down as the EMP does hit, but looks like they're just going to be, again, just taking their time here. As I say that, taking their time is something that doesn't happen very much in APAC South, and the Revenant Totem is going to be popped down, and now comes the push.
Yeah, they have the Revenant, so they're going to want to catch up on points. They're a little bit behind in the leaderboards right now, so they're going to try and get a high kill game. They see an opportunity as to where they can push to try and get some kill points. He gets sent back immediately, though, on Chambers. Dexter's still out there, but they won't be able to do anything as a 2-man team.
Well, it looked like they might be looking to portal back onto this, but you can see Jester inside of this building were the team who held them off and haven't taken too much damage or have been able to get those meds off pretty quickly, so not too much to worry about for them. But as I say that, oh, welcome back to the party. You're an uninvited guest, but I suppose if you're going to burst in the door, we might as well dance in this particular situation. Jester now having to, once again, burn down those resources to get their shields back up, but that is a dodgy-looking card to be walking inside of. The truck is full of grenades and incense, and it's Lynx, the team who are currently on match point, under pressure here, girl.
Yeah, currently on match point, they're running out of heals though. They're all hitting a battery all at the same time there. The synergy that they have is unbelievable. They're not in the best spot, but they're able to hold their spot for a very long time. They've been there for quite a few minutes now.
Now just looking at this circle, you can see the top left-hand side of your screen as well, and you have to say that Myth Apex here are in a pretty good position as far as being center zone is concerned. The only problem is there's someone looking at them. The triple take and all sorts of shots are coming in, and the Revenant has to scarper away. Chambers just about managing to get away with some HP to his name, but you can see that that is a little bit of a tuck shop as far as Meds is concerned inside of that building. So retreating pretty comfortably here. As we hop over to Dreamfire again here, girls, still posted up in train.
Yep, they've got that high ground. They still have the triple take. They're looking to get some damage in, maybe get their Evo shields. It doesn't seem like they were able to poke anyone throughout this whole game because they're all still on blue armors. But they're comfortable. They're going to take it easy, one step at a time. There's only one other team train yard, so if they get that fight there right now, they won't be getting third party, but they do not know that.
So now we're going to see, we did briefly get a look at the only team who are currently on match point, of course, Lynx Gaming. They managed to hold off that push when they were in that truck, so they will survive in this particular situation and inch ever closer to potentially becoming a playoff champion here of the APAC South region. And now we're going to see Dreamfire just navigating between these cards, and you can see there's two players actually on the low ground, so our prank here is going to go up high and see if he can rain down a little bit of fire. And this is the fight that you were mentioning here. In train yard, two isolated teams, an opportunity for KP for one of them.
Yeah, for sure. Now we're on with Myth Apex Team 2, though. He goes down. They're going to be able to get the res off. They have the Bloodhound covering. He gets the res off, very safe. The other team's quite far away, so they're going to be able to heal and recover and try not to get downed again, because if they get downed again, that team might actually take advantage because they'll be a lot closer.
Well, only 6 bullets left in the Scout, but there was 12 a minute ago, and they did quite a bit of damage there. 211 points away from getting that full red Evo shield here for Appraiser on the Bloodhound, and now just a little bit of posturing up between the teams. You can see things have really started to slow down in comparison to our first 2 World's Edge games here, girl. The pace is completely different, you have to say.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are feeling the pressure right now. They're all quite, a lot of them are quite close to getting match point if they could get a big game. So a lot of them are like, hey, we need to win this game. We don't want to lose this tournament. We don't want Lynx to take advantage of their match point. We need them out, and we need a big game all at the same time.
Completely agree with you on that one. I think the pressure is certainly starting to show in a few of these teams. The money that's on the line, the months and months of games that have gone into finding themselves into this position. And it's no surprise to see it as well, especially when one of the teams in the lobby is on match point as well. And you think that your chance of glory might be stolen away from you. But Morph team here inside of this building, the northwest point, excuse me, the northwest point, as once again my compass recalibrates itself inside my head. Morph team looking pretty comfortable here, girl.
Yeah, I think the priority for every team right now should be to get Lynx out. It's more priority than getting yourself a good game, because if they win, the tournament's over, right? So you got to make sure you stay alive long enough to take them out, because you can't trust other teams to be able to defeat them. So you got to put this game in your own hands.
Well, Lynx at the moment are alive. They're just outside of the circle here in Countdown. After being bunkered down in that building for quite some time. 1NL though, they're going to be set up just outside the circle as well, and they're just on the other side of where Lynx were currently residing. So they see 1NL with just one player alive, and it's going to be Nguyen on the Bloodhound. Some nice shots there, but unfortunately for him, he's going to be the last player alive, and it looks like there's a lot of teams, a lot of players, and a lot of reticles aimed onto the Bloodhound, and finally the triple take will deliver the final blow, and that will be them eliminated.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, they maybe should have had Leaf portal them out, because they weren't in the building, and because they weren't in the building, a team from behind Leaf shot him to death. And then the Bloodhound was out in the open, getting shot from all angles. So perhaps using the Wraith's ability to portal and scout instead of the Bloodhound scan to scout would have been the better play. But it was a tough because every spot is taken right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can see so many teams starting to converge on this point as Ring 3 will be closing in around 20 seconds time, and Link's now making their move over as well, and it looks like they want to maybe play the blue bins or this little tunnel underneath where they would be covered from those teams who are currently set up above them. So in a pretty good position. Red Sea Perengai, though, they're in a little bit of danger themselves as they're trying to clear out their backside now, as that Ring will be closing in behind them. They should be safe for now. 15 squads remaining now, and you really can feel the pressure starting to step up now.
Yeah, they did have free shots there, but they're going to try and get a little bit closer, maybe get a better angle. If he was able to get a full spray on this guy, oh no, he got the free kill. That's 1 kill point on WPAC.
Sneakier than a snake in a pair of slippers in that position, just walked up and managed to get those free shots down onto them. EXO, though, they are a team who are closest, of course, to our one team who are on match point, which of course links to going on to match point themselves. They currently have 45 in the bank. Need to get those 5 points on the board to give themselves a chance of winning the next game if Lynx don't manage to close it out here. And they're in a pretty good position, but you can see that they are going to have to make their move pretty soon as well.
Yeah, I agree. They definitely do have to make their move. They've got a couple teams around them. Maybe moving earlier will give you more of a chance to find a spot, or it might put you in the same position as another team earlier where you're going to get pinned and another team will trace you behind and you'll get shot in the back and the front. So they're finding their rotation. It's a little bit risky. They have the Gibraltar bubble though, in case they need it, but the Gibraltar goes down really fast, so Lynx Lalabang is going to try and heal, but he's going to take a different rock.
Oh my god, and if anyone realizes here that this is Lynx, then, well, they're going to be chased down and they are going to be hunted down as well. But Lalabang somehow has got out of dodge here. And with that gold armor as well, he's going to be able to get himself up to a full complement of health. A really risky situation, but they've managed to survive it. Keeping our eyes on that kill feed as well to see if they will be taken down from that position. Myth now inside of Lava Fissure, but it's safe when that ring will be moving in around 16 seconds time, so they're going to have to take a fight. It looks like they're trying to do that now inside this building, as big damage from the R301 doesn't result in a knock, so they're going to have to fight once again.
Yeah, they're not too far away from the zone, so they weren't able to get those kills, but they're going to be able to get the rotation in here shortly. I can't believe that they let Lalabang hit the Wraith portal and save his Gibraltar, but one of his teammates goes down.
Well, they're currently in the meat and the sandwich, and it's not where they want to be. Lynx, of course, on match point here, and they need to stay alive to have a chance of closing it out in this game number 5. And Lalabang, you have to say, as the Wraith at the moment go, movement phenomenal to stay alive and keep his teammates alive in this position. But unfortunately, as I say that, he's going to be now the last player to try and pull off a miracle here for Lynx.
Yeah, he's going to use the Gibraltar as his shield right now, but there's not much he can do. He might have a little bit of cover here, but it seems like that team wants to push him. But that team is also getting pressured by some other teams, so he might be able to live. I don't know if he'll get the res on the Gibraltar, though.
Well, that would be Myth going down there as we see a last gasp attempt to get into that circle. Things really starting to heat up here, as you can see that Morph are now moving in with that Revenant Totem and that Death Protection. Currently active and trying to farm some kills on their way towards our top 5 placement. 6 squads remaining now as we enter the last minute or so, as it steps outside of that circle, but the Death Protection is going to keep him pretty healthy. But no, as I say that, I'm not sure if you realize the situation he was in. That surely has to be a misplay coming out of him there.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, he did not have Death Protection and he just died to the zone, but maybe his teammates will be able to get him back up.
Victus Gaming it. They are sitting pretty. Look at that zone. They are right in the power position. Unfortunately, the only thing they don't have going their way is a full complement of players, just 2. But look at these peak shots here from Bunny Hop. That's not the Bunny Hop, that's the Bunny shot round those corners. As he hits those triple take shots, 3 hostiles in front of him as well as he scans, so he knows that him and his team are going to be in for a big battle. But Morph still alive as well. 2 members for them. A couple of teams here without a full complement of players.
Yeah, Invictus Gaming do have a nice spot. If they're able to sit tight there and not get involved in any of the fights, they'll be okay.
Dreamfight here involved in a fight, and there is one player alive, and there's a triple take over their shoulder as well, as 3MZ is going to have to go into the void here to try and survive. Looks like that will be happening. The hammer points, though, are going to be hitting hard here, and Invictus Gaming, they're involved in a big scrap towards the end of this game. The charge rifle shot is going to come in as well to finish things off. You don't see that too often, but it gets the job done here, girl.
It was a great armor swap there at the end, but Thunbury seems to be interfering, and he was able to get the kill.
That Bunny Hop now will be taken down as the last player alive, and Thunbury, I mean, it's back-to-back now for them. Game 5, they managed, sorry, excuse me, Game 4 was Thunbury with that win, and Game 5 will be as well. The question is, who will be joining Lynx on match point now? Because surely those points have put them within striking distance now, go.
Yeah, they were able to clean up everything at the end smoothly and perfectly. So I'm excited to see what the points are going to look like after this game. See who's maybe hit match point or very close to it.
I mean, the one thing that I'm taking away from it now is that we are starting to see a little bit of consistency. You know, you've just seen back-to-back wins from Thunbury, and I mean, you can't ask for more consistency than that, right? Going back-to-back, that's going to fill them with confidence, right? Because it's one thing to get past that threshold, but knowing you can win games in this lobby with the match point format is going to make them feel great, right?
Yeah, for sure. Especially win games on both maps. That's very important to feel confident in any situation.
I'm looking across now, I believe I've just seen the information that there are a couple of teams who are going to be joining them on match point, but I'm not going to reveal them right now because that's not my job to do so. That's Fallout and Blaze's job to do. So we'll be throwing it back to them very, very soon. But what impressed you most in that game about Thornbury? Because we didn't see too much of them, to be honest with you, but that last kind of skirmish, that opened that opportunity. How difficult is it as a team to wait for that precise moment in those crazy final battles to pick your moment and come out on that win?
I feel like they realized they were the most, they were in a good position to third party because they realized that there weren't too many people left. And if they did third partied at the right time, they were able to get two really good teams out. So they played it perfectly, and I'm impressed.
And obviously it's going to be now a couple of teams. It's actually 3 teams, I believe. I like this. I'm like that annoying person who's like has the information, but I'm not giving it to you yet. But just trust me, we're set up for a pretty good game now, and it's going to be on World's Edge once again. We will get the we'll get the guys on the desk involved in just a few moments. But I mean, let's put you on the spot a little bit here, girl, because you know we've cast together a few times now. I want to get your opinion. Who's impressed you most so far in APAC South as a team? Who do you think is going to take it? Straight now. I've given you 5 games. You've had 5 games now. Now I need a prediction from you.
So I was really surprised with Lynx going the Bloodhound and Gibraltar combo. Like I would have expected them to like switch it up maybe at the end, try and go for end zone and placement more because they don't need kill points anymore. They really don't. They can win a game with 0 kills and win the whole tournament, right? Like if everyone dies to the zone at the end. So I was thinking that maybe they would go less aggressive at the end, but I'm really impressed. They're sticking with their guns. They're sticking with what they know, and they're going to try and pull this one off.
Amazing stuff. Well, we'll have to see if that comes true. But for now, we are going to throw it back to the virtual desk, of course, with Fallout and Blaze.
Onset Girl, thank you so much. Fallout here, joined alongside Blaze, and Onset's just giving the master tease, the tease of all teases. You know how he's gonna hit it like that. I appreciate that though. That's called being a good teammate.
He left it for us. What a swell guy he is, man. Okay, he let the stream build up on excitement because, as he said, we do have some teams now that have the magic win condition. They've made it past 50 points. We're gonna break that down to you guys soon.
That's exactly. We're just going to continue building that tease, building the suspense, all right? And then we're going to drop the tea. You guys are going to like the tea. It's some good tea, let me tell you right now. Oh, yeah, 100%. Factual. I'm excited to let you guys know.
It's already sweet.
Yeah, simply. What type of tea are we drinking, Blaze?
Green all day.
Green tea. Yeah, we need the energy. It's overnight here in the States. But, of course, we are no longer going to build that tease out. And we want to let you all know, quick update, as, of course, Thornbury, you see at the bottom of your screen, Bird, Divinism and Paul are going to do it. They're going to win another game, go back-to-back. However, they are not the team that is in match point. They are still slightly behind match point, and instead, the two teams that have now qualified for match point to join Lynx is going to be Invictus Gaming, the Chinese, alongside the other Chinese team, Team Dreamfire will do it. They are now match point eligible, Blaze.
Yeah, they are. But John, let's see how did they get to match point eligible, and let's check out our Game 5 results and figure out where these teams landed in the end. And the first thing to call out, back-to-back wins by Thornberry. Okay, Thornberry, these guys were able to, come off Kings Canyon, immediately keep that same production up in World's Edge. And it's clear why they are going to be one of those teams on the bubble. And coming into this game, I do believe Invictus was at 39. So with the 5 kill points and the placement points from the third place, they should be over that 50-point threshold as well.
Yeah, I think they're going to be just barely over that 50-point threshold.
But 13 kills by Dreamfire? Let's call that out real quickly, too, as well, because these last 2 games haven't been good for them. So they need a one to bounce back on, and this was it. This was the one. And I want to say in their first series, too, as well for Dreamfire.
They dropped 13.
Yeah. They had more success there on Kings Canyon than they did on World's Edge the first time around. And I do believe they had a 14th and a 13th place there, so they turn it around.
That's exactly right. And as a result, we do have the overall standings ready as well, as we will see where exactly everyone fits. And take a look at that. 2 new teams as indicated by the white crowns next to their team name. And it's exactly 50 points for Dreamfire and 51 for Invictus. They just barely make it past that threshold, joining Lynx. And then, of course, Exo with 48. They are reminding me of Sentinels right now of the Americas region, Blaze. A high-caliber, high-skill team that's been sitting at 45, 46 for 3 games now.
Oh, man. I know this is killing Exo. This is killing them. So much success over the season, right? But over these last 3 games, they just had to get a few points, John. That's it. Just a few more. They had 0 in round 4. Okay, they got first in our 3rd map. They got 0 in the 4th map, and now they just got 3 points coming off this last map. And I know they are just itching to get to that 50-point marker. But hey, look, we got 3 more teams that are within 4. All right, so this next game is going to be super crucial. But as well, we got 2 more teams with the win condition. So it's about to be really crazy as we head into game number 6.
Yeah, that's exactly right. One thing I've loved to see, we kind of hinted at it already, Invictus and Team Dreamfire have been playing so aggressive, such high kill games. 30 kills total, the leading of all teams on the leaderboards for Team Dreamfire, and 27 kills for Invictus. So much like their peers in Asia over in Korea, which we know will play ultra aggressive in the APAC North region, the Chinese doing the exact same thing with high aggression gameplay. By the way, both of those teams do run the Crypto Revenant Wraith team comp that we found and loved in Season 5. It lives true. It lives well alive in Season 6 as well, Blaze.
And yeah, it definitely does. And Girl made a good point too when Onset put on the spot that if some of these teams that got the win condition just gonna change up their comp a little bit, go more defensive oriented towards that late game, just so they can be in a position to win. All right, you don't need to get no more kills. You got to survive the circle, rotate a bit early, and get set up.
Yeah, that's exactly right. A couple teams that we did not see in that top 3, top 5, but surprising are Myth Team 1. Hands down the most dominant team in Apex Legends. In a lot of ways, they are the TSM of the APAC South region. They have an average super regional placement of 3.75, an average ALGS placement, including online tournaments, of 4.3. They have consistently gotten top 4 or top 5 in every single tournament just about, and they're not in the top 5 right now, Blaze. Them alongside Wolfpack Arctic and Wolfpack Alpha, nowhere to be found right now.
Nowhere to be found, man. Something about as this day over there at night for us progresses on, they've kind of been losing a little bit of wind out of themselves. But they're gonna have to turn it around now because a lot of these teams are getting hungry. They're getting a little bit more motivated. There's more teams picking up that momentum, and so as we got these squads on the bubble, it's just gonna get harder. Okay, it's gonna get harder, and then once you get the 50 points. your play style is going to change a little bit all the way up until that point. Especially if you were using one of those more aggressive play styles with the Crypto and the Revenant or the Bloodhound and the Gibby playing for that KP. You got to just make sure that you're set up for the late game because the strategy does change, all right? The strategy does change from you trying to get the kill points to get to the 50 versus just trying to get a win.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I want to see how these three teams at match point change their strategy up to try and survive. Maybe just play for placement instead. That will be interesting. However, we do have highlights from our last game ready. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Thornberry winning moment. I keep wanting to say Thornberry. Nigel Thornberry. Maybe South
I think one person said Thornberry, and it's just been stuck in my head ever since. Yeah. But
meanwhile,
Thornberry, man, back to back. Can they go for the 3-peat? You know, hey, even if they do, they would not win because they're just a few points short of that win condition.
You imagine?
Yeah, right. But here we go, folks. In that final moment, 2 teams remaining here. Thornberry, they know exactly where their targets are, and they're just in open area, man. It was just it was textbook at the end, you know.
Yeah,
wasn't much they can do there towards the backside, but hey, Thornberry, they got it done once again.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Devinzen with the last kill right there. Well done from him and Thornberry. But can you imagine a scenario where they win 3 straight games, get to match point, just to not win a game after that? I would actually be depressed.
Yeah, I would too, John. I would too. Okay. You know, hey, a lot of teams have been through it, but that's what it takes to be an APAC predator. All right. You're going to have to come out, get to that 50 and get the win. You know, when we looked at our tournaments earlier in the day in the Americas and APAC North, the teams that got to that threshold first, I don't think won. Okay, I don't think any of them won, and they just had to watch game after game as other teams got past the threshold, and the pressure was just building. And you're gonna have to handle the pressure if you want to win this tournament.
Yeah, I agree about that pressure point, but more importantly, I got to clarify here: was that intentional?
Yes, that was intentional, John. You
APAC Predator was 100% calculated.
100% calculated. Okay, 100%.
Damn. He's that good. How do I get that? How do I get that good? Listen,
man.
Casting lessons.
Hey, that's from working with you for so long. Okay.
Oh, I appreciate
it. That's his synergy back and forth.
Yeah, the respect is mutual. The love is mutual. Man, Blaze, one of the best personalities that we have in all of esports, let alone Apex, is the APAC Predator. I like that. The APAC Predator. Who's it going to be? Who's going to come out on top? It's been a great day of Apex so far, though. As of course we have 3 teams now match point eligible. We're taking a little bit of the halftime here, as we want to make sure we have a scheduled break for these players to kind of get up, stretch their legs a little bit, relax, get some water, take a bio break, whatever it might be. So we have about a 21-minute break. We're already, 10 to 15 minutes through that break, but we do have a community spotlight here from an individual who is an expert in all things Apex Legends lore. It's Frozen Fro. Let's go ahead and take a look.
Hello, my name is David, also known as Frozen Pro, and I've been with Apex since launch. Apex Lore is a community built around the story and characters of Apex Legends. I took over Apex Lore because I wanted more people to get involved, so I've been doing my best to make it as welcoming as possible. A year ago it used to be 1,000 people, but now it's almost 30k, so daily it's a lot of discussions, theories, and many conversations, opinions about the characters and story of Apex Legends. It's my favorite part of Apex Lore. The characters. Each one is so different that you're bound to relate to at least one of them. What does this community mean to me? It means a lot to me. It's where I have met so many of my friends, wonderful people, and had so many good experiences. You can find me as Frozen Fro on Twitter and in the Apex Lore subreddit.
Ain't nothing like having community, folks, okay? I think we lost Fallout for just a bit, but don't worry about it. He'll be coming back soon. And shout out to the man, too, as well, doing all the lore, because as we know, I don't know about you guys, but I love especially when it comes down to all our favorite characters and just learning so much know how diverse all the Apex characters are. So it's always awesome just to learn a little bit more about them at the end of the day there. So much love there. I'm gonna have to head over there towards the Reddit and make sure that I read me some of that, because I haven't seen it before. But there we go. Hell, and we got John back too as well. What's up, man? How you doing?
Good, I'm doing fantastic, especially after seeing that piece. If you're a fan of Apex Legends storylines, character, want to dig a little bit deeper, be part of the Apex lore community, make sure to hit up the Apex lore subreddit led by Frozen Fro. Big, awesome sequence right there, and great to hear a little bit more in depth about such a passionate community that really, really loves the Apex scene, the story, and the history behind Apex Legends.
Yeah, most definitely.
And of course, we're getting ready for game number 6. We are at halftime here, so we're giving the players a little bit of a break as we are gearing up and getting ready for what's going to be a crazy second half. We have a little bit of a bet between Blaze and I.
Yes,
we got
we
push-ups
do.
on the line. I want some of y'all to get some skin in the game. I can't remember the individual's name, but someone in the chat said, you know what, Fallout and Blaze, I'll do push-ups too. I'm saying the game can end in 9 games. So
He
whoever
said
else,
9?
He
All
said
right.
9. Yeah. He or she said 9.
You know, I may have, I'm not going to say jinx the broadcast because I want as many games as I can get. But the one thing is that we did talk about from when we had the conversation was that the teams from the back of the pack after the first 3 games finally just waking up and getting into their flow. And we saw that because in the first, 2 games, I want to say Thornberry was actually, they got knifed and they got Thornberry. Sorry, John, it's your fault. It's your fault, okay? But yeah, Thornberry, they've got 9th, they got 10th, but back-to-back wins most recently. So we'll see what we'll see what some of these other teams are going to end up doing.
Yeah, you're right. It is 100% my fault for manifesting the Thornberry.
It is.
It is Thornberry, of
You
course.
owned it.
Yeah, for sure. I do own that. Thornberry. Here's one thing about Thornberry. They're very similarly to Invictus Gaming, but different in a sense. So Invictus Gaming is a team that came in as a low seed to this tournament, and that's because they only played in 0 online tournaments and 2 super regionals. They won one of the 2 super regionals. The first, exactly. So it's crazy to me that despite not having a ton of ALGS gameplay experience, they're such a top team. So
Yeah, you wouldn't call them anything, John, because you're gone. Okay, and I'm here. But I think what John wanted to say right there was that when it came down to Thornberry, that early on, hey, they got into the playoffs, and then they went on, they did their thing. But that's a team in which you're not going to see too many reps at them right off the bat. But they've came and they were practiced, and then that they were ready to play there as well. All right, but folks, game 6 is about to start very, very soon. We got our casters coming up though as well. But let us know. Oh, John, you're back now. There you go. Okay, but folks, the game. There you go.
Hey,
there you're looking beautiful, John.
That's exactly right. Good to be back, brother. Apologies right there for the delay. Not sure exactly what's happening. Sorry for the technical difficulties on my end.
It happens, man. It happens with these online broadcasts. We're just blessed to be having a broadcast, especially during the times that we have. It really is a global affair when it comes down to Apex Legends, and the entire AGLs and the entire ALGS in the community as well. And hey, we got to do what we got to do. And we got to be putting on these broadcasts all hours of the day for all the fans around the world.
Yeah, that's spot on. The good news is gameplay is ready. Enough for us. Fallout and Blaze out of here. We are getting ready for game number 6. We're past halftime. 3 teams match point eligible. This could be the last game here in this one. And to call the action, we do have Gaskin and Finn right after these words from the savage Lenovo Legion.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are. Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
Stylish outside, savage inside, just like you, Finn. That's what I've heard about you. Look at you. You look so pretty there. But I know deep down you are wanting some hardcore Apex action. We've got 3 teams now on match point. Is there anyone you're leaning towards? How are you feeling about this game 6?
I'm impressed with Thornberry's back-to-back wins, but Lynx did a good job hanging on despite the fact that they had the sole target on their head. So I still kind of give the edge to Lynx. I think they've got it. They've shown they're resilient. And we'll see what they can do.
Well, we are going to be seeing the teams back on World's Edge, of course, as we saw in Game 5. And I feel like the majority of teams in Apex at the moment are more comfortable on World's Edge. It just seems to be a little bit more secure than Kings Canyon. There seems to be a little bit more sporadic placements around Kings Canyon. So if you want to get the game done, Game 6 is where it should happen. That's where you're going to be feeling comfortable, where your drop location should be sorted, where you might not be contested as much. But the 3 teams we're going to be looking at, Lynx, Invictus, and Team Dreamfire. But you can also see all the teams that have won so far. Xavier Esports kicked us off with a victory. Lynx and EXO followed up. And then we had back-to-back victories for Thornbury, but they are not on match point. They haven't got to the 50-point threshold just yet. It's going to be the 3 teams that I mentioned previously. And I'm surprised, if I'm completely honest, Finn, because EXO were on 45 points after Game 3, and they're still not on that 50-point threshold. After 2 games, they had a chance to get 5 points.
Absolutely. It looks like they've essentially inched up little by little. By game, they've acquired a small amount of points each time. They haven't done nothing per se, but they've been moving slowly. So this has to be the game that they qualify for match point, if that is Lynx, Invictus, or Dreamfire don't snatch that victory from their grasp.
See, I said you savage on the inside, but you're being too nice. They have pretty much done nothing for 2 games. Let's be completely honest here, Finn, because they weren't able to achieve 5 points across 2 games. That is not good enough, and they are not going to be happy. They need to find a couple more points here. But what they need to realistically do is deny the 3 teams that are on match point. Lynx, Invictus, and Team Dreamfire are all going to have targets on their back. As soon as they get spotted on the field, or if they're down, I am sure people are going to be hunting them to ensure that the tournament is not going to end just yet. But we're diving in to World's Edge. We've seen a couple of composition changes, Finn. A couple of teams have added Watson into their composition, maybe just to try and get a little bit more solidifying towards the end so they can ensure they can get those victories.
Right, and I think that's very smart. I believe that with map changes and with score changes, strategy should alter a bit. Yes, there is something to be said, being consistent, doing what you practice, but sometimes being flexible, being able to adjust on the fly is what you need to do, which includes stopping those 3 front runners from taking the cake here. You don't want the tournament to end early if you're any of those other 17 teams. So we'll see if they can do just that, stop them in their tracks as the looting begins. You can see the distribution on the map here is pretty even. The epicenter, probably going to see a lot of fights in the late game, as you can see by the zone pool here.
Yeah, very far pulling towards the northeast of the map. So those that have dropped towards epicenter are going to be in a pretty good position to loot up, set up, and wait for the oncoming players to join them. But it can be somewhat of a long rotation for those teams in the southern side of the map. However, when you already know there is going to be a long rotation, you can just take your time looting a little bit. Otherwise, you don't want to find yourself just running with grey armor and trying to work your way through choke points. Or you can opt to go for the game of, let's get aggressive and see if we can take loot off someone else if they're dropping near you.
Which seems to be the theme of APAC South. A lot of savagery out here, a lot of mid-game skirmishes, a lot of Revenant pushes. But as you said, there's some composition changes. A lot more Watsons are coming into play. Game 1 here, it was like there wasn't a single Watson. There of course were, but it's almost as if the squads here have preferred Revenant as a Watson replacement, and they don't function similarly. So that's a playstyle difference right there.
And the funny thing is with Apex Legends, which is different to other esports, is the scrimming capabilities that you have when you're playing against a lot of the other teams and you're used to teams running a certain composition. And then suddenly, if that is changed mid-tournament, that just changes everything when you're wondering about where that team is going to be rotation-wise, where they're going to be setting up, what are their tendencies, what do they usually offer. Suddenly, if they're playing a Watson, they're going to be going for a completely different playstyle, and that shakes up all of the practice you may have been used to coming into this tournament.
100%, and it can absolutely catch squads off guard, rather, if they haven't been used to practicing that way. If they don't predict that this is what's going to happen, and likely that the meta will change in this sort of format, a long-winded format, then they can get caught off guard. You can see in some teams a bit of the inexperience handling that, but you know, only time will tell. I'm curious to see what Team Dreamfire does here as they approach what sounds like some shots.
As a reminder, Team Dreamfire, one of our teams that are on match point, they are exactly on 50 points, so they just scraped through to that point threshold in the previous game. As WTF Rangers having a little zip over here towards Geyser to see if anyone is going to be residing in these buildings, but it looks like it's going to be free loot for them. Whereas Wolfpack Alpha taking some shots from distance at this point, and they have managed to work their way into the green circle, so the circle that, of course, one of the surveyors has been able to grab for them. Pathfinder doing his job successfully, and it is going to be Thornbury Esports, the team who has won 2 back-to-back games, and they are close to that point threshold. They only need either 5th place or 4 kills if they are going to be able to get into match point for next game.
And considering this zone pool, they're in fantastic shape to do so. I think if they sort of count their blessings, don't do anything too crazy, don't get greedy, they should naturally gain those points over the course of this game if they're very territorial and pick off other squads with range, using safety, consistency. They may be in the running here if this doesn't end, at least, on this game.
Well, Myth Team 2, they are another squad very close to that point threshold. They're on 47 points at the moment, so they need to get top 7 or 3 kills. I mean, ideally, you want to go for kills. I feel like kills are easier to achieve, but it's a little bit more risky, because if you don't get those kills and suddenly you fall off, you're looking at yourself going, hey, we need another game to get to that point threshold. And, I mean, if we look across the previous tournaments in Americas and in the North APAC region, things were done in Game 7. So we're here in Game 6. If history is going to repeat itself, then maybe it'll be the next game we find our victor. But Invictus Gaming are under a little bit of trouble here. They seem to be pushing onto a squad, and that squad is going to have a caustic. So they're going to be struggling to get inside this building and may have to design and try and apply a different style of tactic to get inside here.
Absolutely, Invictus is doing everything they can to work around this caustic gas, which is so difficult to push into, but they're determined. Throwing arc stars, VZJ gets a stick with the arc, absolutely huge. It blows up everybody in that bathroom stall. You don't want to be there right now. Kind of reminds me of Jurassic Park when, you know, that one guy got caught in the stall. That was that team just now, but they didn't get the wipe. They're backing up, they're playing safe, they don't want to get eliminated. They know that the win is more important than the kill, so they're healing up now.
So they were in the toilet and didn't get the wipe. I get exactly what you're talking about, but yeah, I would not want to be in that position either. I mean, I've got terrible fears now of Jurassic Park and being sat on a toilet. But Invictus Gaming, they have decided to opt out of that decision, pushing on to Caustic, and it was Athiam. They are one of the only teams running this Caustic composition, and it is a very defensive style. You can stop those pushes from the Revenant, from the EMPs that are coming out of Crypto, and they have been able to survive. We move over to Hectic, however, and it is a little bit hectic indeed. A lot of gunfire here on the train tracks. EMP comes in, and that is going to be a heavy push now. Hectic, very low on health. Going to have to try and back out of this fight. And Skurt, he's already gone down. Aim assist, not OP falls, and Armory Gaming get the wipe. They get all 3 down, but they're under fire as well. The third party is here, Finn.
Absolutely, this is the game of third parties in a lot of ways. And we'll see if they can capitalize on these kills, but it's Lynx coming up behind. I'm almost shocked to see their aggression here, considering they don't need a single kill to win this tournament. But it looks like they're opting for, hey, the faster these other squads die, the faster we can get to winning this game. So they're taking some risks here to see if they can clear Armory before they recover. And they've already done a good job. Smax is down and out.
Decent shots here from the R301. Eberate is going to be in the back pocket. Has to readjust his positioning ever so slightly, as Lynx need to be careful. They don't want to elongate this fight too much, because then they will leave themselves vulnerable. So that's why they've retreated now, got themselves into a somewhat safer position. But these little caravans, as it were, they do leave yourself quite vulnerable as well to a couple of grenades here or there. Armory Gaming are at least able to reset here, Finn. They do have the banner as well, but they're down to just 2. And yeah, Crypto's on his way, just having a little scout out.
Yeah, it looks like he's just kind of cruising around, you know, taking a look at the nice landscape. Look at the beauty of this world as this drone gets shot and knocked out of the air, it looks like. So not going to be able to enjoy that drone view for too long here. As we jump back with Lynx, they're still sort of aggressing. This doesn't look like they're defending themselves as much as they're pushing forward and trying to eliminate team. I suppose they're confident in what they can do. They've proven that they can come out on top in a lot of these dogfights, and they do. They knock another Armory Gaming player. Fun Series goes down, and it looks like they're pushing the last one in the squad.
Beast of the Hunt was well and truly activated, giving that extra vision, extra speed, and extra danger as Lynx will be able to take down a couple, and their reward is taking control of these train tracks. Clearly, they felt like this was a prime position that they wanted to get hold of. They probably felt like they were going to get pushed from other directions if they had stayed in the little caravan just south of them. However, I wouldn't be too comfortable here. I don't know. I don't really like this spot. I don't know about you, Finn.
Yeah, you sort of can get trapped in there. It's decent as a rotation option, but as a place to hold, I would only stay there if I had to. But as you said, it's better than the caravan. Caravans are only offer safety and sort of this reprise if there's a Watson ult right there. And they are not really Watson, so they had to get out, so they did. But here we are, Ninja doing some.
Decent shots coming out from the R301 Mastiff in the back pocket as well. Mid down to just 2, but they're going to get aggressive and get inside this bubble. And Loki is going to be taken down, and now we're going to get the back and forth between the bubble. The bubble dissipates though, so the cover is suddenly gone. How is Killerpo still alive? He gets the job done, gets the wipe. We're down to 17 squads. Loki just couldn't quite survive. And now as we move over to Invictus, as we're down to 17, everything just slows down a little bit. People just scouting each other out, seeing where the lay of the land is, who's going to be pushing from where. Wolfpack have been able to get it down, as you can see in the top right-hand side of your screen, but the Revenant ult comes in. Totem has been placed, and maybe Invictus are going to decide to make a push here. You can see, you are seeing the pings from the Crypto drone. The EMP is going to be ready, and now the ult is popped. They're going to get aggressive. They are going to push in. They're looking for this kill. They know a team resides here, but are they actually going to be able to get the shots? They're going to be third party. Do have to be a little bit careful. Don't want to throw themselves into a fight with too many teams. Otherwise, they might struggle. Remember, Invictus Gaming are one of our squads that are on match point, Finn. And they do look like they're up for a fight.
Indeed they are. I don't think a single squad here have shown that they aren't up for a fight. This region has seen a ton of committed dogfights here. And their armors, they're getting charged pretty fast here. I'd say they're looking for opportunities constantly. Now we've got Myth 1 coming in with the totem, seeing if they can take out another squad.
And we do have 2 Myth teams, both made in Thailand, and it's been the second team who have really been the shining stars out of the 2, if I'm completely honest, and I'm sure that Myth Team 1 won't be too happy about that. They're still a little bit off that point threshold, but Red Z now pushing in. Eva 8 doing a little bit of damage and trying to get a couple of shots off before there was the retreat. Of course, the Crypto is pinging where everyone is. The Bloodhound is going to be also doing the same on the opposition side. So we're having different kind of vision for 2 different teams, and it has been great to see the development of Legends and how they've kind of fallen out of the meta, come back into the meta, and I love to see that there's so much more variety now than there was a couple of seasons ago.
Yeah, definitely, especially looking at Red Sea. I believe they swapped their Gibraltar for a Watson. You can do that now because we've seen more Legend diversity than ever before in the competitive meta, and that's always a good thing. And I would say with weapons too, you see all sorts of new uses of Prowlers, which most people would opt for the Select Fire Auto Fire. Now it's being used in Burst way more than ever before, but I digress. We got that new Crypto scan, instant scan may I add, for one of those teams to get that information, the zone pool, links, posting up down on a slope right now. I don't know if I like their position.
Lynx, Invictus, Dreamfire all still alive as far as I'm aware. That's the 3 squads who are on match point, so we will keep an eye on them as much as we can as these next circles close in and we get closer to the end of the game. Lynx having a couple of shots at the teams on top of rocks, and it is going to be Xavier Esports, our winners from the first game of today, but they did drop off a little bit after that initial victory. Lynx also dropped off as soon as they saw they were going to be taking a fight with team above them, very firmly behind in terms of high ground.
Yeah, and as we've seen, the teams with the high ground, they like to win. So Lynx wisely not trying to challenge by running up a slope and fighting. Probably more so trying to establish presence, poke and prod, see if they get that good rotation, and they find it. They get up the tunnel successfully, but they're still out of zone. We're going to have to see if they can survive coming in as the front runners here with their match point.
Yeah, they do have to still make their way into that next circle. Dreamfire as well have managed to find themselves dead center of this next circle indeed, and they have vantage point. You can see the pings coming out where they think a team currently resides, and I think the scope would have given them that guarantee that they know someone is going to be there. But Myth, under a little bit of trouble here, under a little bit of fire, they are going to push on. They take out the Watson fences to ensure that they can push forward, and I think they get the wipe. Bunny Hop is the final one to fall, and kill leader goes to Myth.
Absolutely, Red Sea falls. Myth 1 is making a statement here. Maybe they'll make a comeback. We'll have to see. Again, all contingent on one of these top 3 teams not dying, and they're all alive right now. They're looking strong. If they continue to assert their presence and stay alive and make mature decisions, we could very well end the tournament in this game.
We certainly could find a winner, and not only are they asserting their presence, they're asserting their dominance. They are getting kills at the moment. Link's getting another wipe. Dreamfire will also getting kills elsewhere. As we move over to Myth 1, they have been able to find a little cubby, a little corner here, which is going to be in the next zone. So they are in a great spot indeed. But really, it's going to be those 3 teams that are on match point that are definitely going to be looking to trying to get into the middle of these zones. Link still have a little bit of a way to go, and they are on the move right now. Perhaps going to opt to go round the rocks and get a little bit of high ground, but the decision making is there. You can see just by the movement that they're back and forth at the moment, a little bit undecided as to where they want to go.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I'm surprised Lynx has been moving around so much and yet are so healthy. They've been dipping up, down, all around. They're doing the opposite of holding right now. They're sort of testing the waters. And a lot of these teams that are in position to win on match point are wiping other squads. They're feeling the juice. They're ready to get the win. I'm very, very curious if they're going to make it happen. And as time goes on and they all continue to be healthy, I'd start to think that this is going to be the last game. So Lynx right now just prodding back at this building earlier where we saw a scuffle. We'll see if they can get a better position in this caravan. Again, like I mentioned, they don't have a Watson, and they're paying for it right now. As Lynx, they're on fire.
They are on fire, but they are in a fantastic spot when it comes to circle position. Invictus Gaming, though, they're in a little bit of trouble. They're one of our top teams. The health is depleting very quickly. They need to back off, or they need to win this fight immediately. ZZJ is down to just a slither, so it's just going to be Yusko on his own here, realistically, with the Mastiff. But it looks like Myth 1 have dipped out, so maybe that's going to be enough for Invictus to stay alive. So Dreamfire, Invictus, Lynx, they're all still in the land of living, but Invictus Gaming, I mean, they're down to a couple of grey shields here. Maybe needs to go back and potentially get that swap, as I imagine he probably swapped just to ensure he stayed alive. Yep, you can see that purple armor is there on the floor. Circle's going to be closing right about now, though, so all these teams, there's 12 squads at the moment. This is very quickly going to disappear.
It's about to get hot. We can expect that teams are going to drop like flies right now as Lynx is already farming out on the train tracks, getting a knock on Xavier Esports, it looks like. Yep, and they're pushing the advantage here. They get another knock, they get the thirst, and they wipe the squad. Lynx asserting their dominance, not showing any shyness here, full confidence as they play from this caravan, which is in the zone. Teams are dropping. We're down to 11. Let's see what they can do.
They're getting kills, they've got the zone, they're in prime position right now. They just need to make sure they don't make any mistakes. We have seen Invictus lose 1 player. Maybe they're going to be the first team in the 3 to drop. It's down to 11, and I think, yes, Invictus have just lost the final. So it's going to be down to just 2 now. Dreamfire and Lynx are going to be the 2 players on match point, still alive and kicking. In this next circle, though, look how much it plays into Athium's hands. And they're there, they're waiting, they have the caustic. They could be the team that denies these squads that are on match point from getting that victory. I told a lie, Invictus Gaming is still alive. They've got 1 player duking it out. Zuki desperately trying to do what he can to survive. He's dipping, he's dodging, he's diving, but can he stay as a rat to try and get this victory for IG?
Looks like he's got no heals either, so he's going to have to do this with perfect form. I would be absolutely stunned if Zuki came out on top, especially if he does not pull off the res on ZZJ, as Use is probably gone at this point. There's no way he's going to get a successful res out here. So back on with Myth. Myth 1 getting, I think they had a man down, but they got him up again. So a lot of aggression coming out of Myth this time around. If one of these favorite teams doesn't take it this game, they're for sure going to qualify. Well, we'll see, I suppose. But they've been doing some great plays this game.
Well, Invictus Gaming They're certainly weak, but they're still there. Dreamfire and Lynx looking pretty healthy, but I'd say that Athiam are going to be the main squad that could really disrupt the chances of these teams winning. And here comes the aggression from IG now. They tried to push out, but they run straight into the R301 and into the damage of Morph. Zuki will fall, and it's down to just a ZZJ or ZZJ. It depends if you're English or American, I guess. But here is Lynx yet again. Look at this, in such a good spot now. Them and Athiam, they're the two teams that really could make a difference. Honestly, this could be Lynx's game. All they have to do is ensure they don't get stuck between two teams. They put out the right damage and they push at the right time.
Yeah, I believe everybody will be cheering for Myth and Athiam, who's still in this tournament, as Lynx looks like they're in a great position. They've been playing brilliantly around the caravan, but Athiam, where are they at? I bet that they are going to be the main contender for Lynx as they eliminate what looks to be another Morph player. Gibraltar ult rains down Hellfire from the sky, and yeah, full Evo armor, no damage at all. It's almost like they're uncontested.
Down to just 6 squads now, and look at them just ripping through teams here. Lynx, they are seeing an absolute tear from them. They want this. They know they can taste the victory. They are so close now. Down to just 5 squads, but can anyone contest them? Is anyone as well looted as Lynx at this point? If this isn't going to be the game they win, I really doubt they're going to get a game with a good as opportunity as this one to take home the championship here. But look at that, Dreamfire still alive and kicking as well. Another team that's on match point, so that means 2 of the 5 here left could potentially win it here.
Absolutely, and it looks like that Athiam's been playing very, very patient as Lynx commits on Dreamfire, jumping over the fence. They think they can win this. They go for it. They're breaking multiple shields. Both Gibraltar domes are thrown, and it looks like they're backing off. They don't want to commit. It looks like there's 5 squads left, so that's probably a wise choice.
They had a little bit of a sniff of it, and they decided against it. They knew that they didn't have to go for it because they're in the spot at the moment where they're dead center of the circle. Dreamfire, though, they're well equipped. We're down to just 4, and 2 of those squads are on match point. But Dreamfire, they're the ones who have to move right now. Spitfire in hand, trying to rip through shields. He's getting chunked away from behind, though, in a prank. He's probably going to fall at this point, which he will. Dreamfire are really struggling. 3MZ is going to be the last player, and it's going to be several teams looking at them. It is such prime position for Lynx right now. Look at all this damage doing. Bolt in hand, Mastiff in the back pocket. We're down to just 4 still, but we know Dreamfire are very low. Dreamfire eliminated, and we're down to the final 3. Lynx, they have a bubble. They can avoid the Gibby ult. They can battery up. Everything is screaming a Lynx victory right now.
Absolutely, everything is getting crazier, and Athiam, I think, is the only real full healthy squad that can contest, but their armor isn't as strong, their position is a little more confined, and Lynx is just absolutely feeling it. They're climbing on the roof, they're trying to contest this 3rd squad that's still alive, and they think they've got it. Once they secure this high ground, I think they do have it.
Athiam have got the Caustic, and they were the one team I said who could really disrupt the winning possibilities of the teams on match point, but this is all in Lynx's hand, and Lynx are getting aggressive on Myth 1 now. Dexter will fall, so that is going to be another squad who is going to be somewhat weak. But the question on Lynx's lips is, where are Athiam? Well, they're right below them. They've got the Caustic, they've got the Gibby, and we're down to 2 teams. It's do or die now for Athiam. They have to survive, they have to win this. Otherwise, we're going to be seeing champions crowned in the names of Lynx. But we're going to have a little bit of a lull, maybe 40 seconds left until this circle moves. But Lynx are just having a little bit of a peek. They're trying to see whether they can actually get a pop and maybe do a little bit of damage here, Finn.
This is everything. That Caustic ult's going to be big. The zone does not end in here, but Lynx doesn't care. They're going to push in with Mastiffs and shoot straight through this window, and they're getting it done right now. This may be it, Gaskin. What do you think?
This could be it. 1 is down already. They taste blood. They taste a little bit of victory, but they have to hit their shots. Shields have been depleted, and they've done it. Lynx have pushed in, and they will be your APAC South Summer Circuit Playoff champions. They looked phenomenal right from the get-go, all tournament long. And as soon as they had that opportunity, that perfect circle, they played it absolutely incredibly, Finn. They look just so strong, and realistically, they were one of the sleeper teams. I don't think any of us would have seen them taking this tournament.
Yeah, they came in with a decent placement points, but at the same time, they weren't known for necessarily dominating, winning every single ALGS tournament like some of the others that came in. So they were on my radar, but I didn't see them as one of the absolute favorites. So yeah, it's pretty shocking, but man, they earned it. They did great. They played with it with a massive amount of presence and confidence, and man, they didn't sneak by there. They really took a lot of teams down on their way to the crown.
I mean, what really impressed me was just their aggression that was consistent throughout all of the games, and particularly in that last one. A lot of the time when teams are on match point, they probably just want to like turtle up a little bit, avoid fights. They were taking fights with everyone. As soon as they saw someone, they were like, yeah, we'll take that zone off them. As soon as they got to the center of the circle, they looked so comfortable in that caravan. I think it was a shame for Athiam. They were playing it perfectly as well. They had the caustic. They were there. They were waiting for that fight. But unfortunately, the high ground in the end just punished them a little bit, and the caustic gas wasn't enough to keep them alive. But just such a well-played last circle, and I thought Dreamfire might have been able to change things as well, but because they had to push across, they were just so vulnerable, weren't they?
Yeah, exactly. And they did such a great job pushing Lynx back when Lynx said, all right, you're next, Dreamfire. And they said, nope, go on back to the caravan. And that's exactly what happened. I was like, wow, Dreamfire, they just pushed them back off of a lot of cracks. They were nading them. They had barely a piece of fence to survive. They still pushed back Lynx. And at that point, I was also with you. I thought Dreamfire had a great shot at taking it, but Lynx, they still overcame.
Well, we have our APAC South champions here in the Summer Circuit Playoffs. Lynx have been able to do it in Game 6, so a game earlier than in the Americas and the North APAC region. But to analyze it all, of course, we have two phenomenal gentlemen. Fallout and Blaze, take it away.
Gaskin, Finn, thank you so much, and a brilliant job on the cast right there. Of course, that is the last cast. That is the tournament, as Lynx is going to do it. They are your champions of the APAC South region for the Summer Circuit. Congratulations to them. What a showing it was, Blaze.
It was a showing indeed, John. We talked about it earlier. What do these teams need to do coming into this game to come out victorious? And we talked about, hey, play how you've been practicing up until this point. Don't stray away from your game and what's been working. And even with Lynx getting the 50-point threshold a few games ago, we were still questioning, do you change up to some defensive characters? Do you switch up the comp off the Wraith, the Gibby, and the Bloodhound? And even there, in those last moments there of Game 6, I know they probably wish they would have had that pylon sitting in that truck, but they did a great job rotating around the map, playing to their strengths, knowing which opponents were weak, who felt the pressure, and they went out there and they cleaned up those kills, man. They cleaned up those kills, and they were able to go and
That's
be
exactly
victorious.
right. They stuck to their guns with the Bloodhound team comp, and it worked out for them. Hey, EMEA, if you're watching, take notes, because this Bloodhound comp is here to stay. Complexity gets second place in the Americas, and Lynx wins a championship in the APAC South region. But let's take a look at the Game 6 results to see exactly how things finished out. Dreamfire was one team that was so close to doing it. They got 4th place, and they got griefed by Lynx. Craziness.
A 20 bomb.
Insane. You can hardly believe it. The fact that they did it with 20 kills to come out on top is absolutely insane. We were in the off-air channel of our casters team talking with Onset and Girl, and we were just screaming. We're like, you're on match point and you're playing like you're in last place in this tournament and you have to catch up. Lynx did it. They did it with style. They did it with absolute dominance in game number 6. What a showing it was, Blaze.
Dominance. It was, man. They won their way. Okay, they played their game. They were aggressive. They wasn't scared of anyone. They challenged their fights, and they stayed mobile throughout the entirety of the map. They kept their heads on a swivel, John, and no one could stop them there, and especially on that last map. They got 2 victories here on the night, and they are your APAC Predators.
I aspire to be like you. Let's take a look at the overall standings to see how exactly they did in the overall grand scheme of things. Who was next? Guess what? Lynx on top by 40 points almost. Such a dominant showing. So unlike the Americas where CLG did it in 2nd place in points, and unlike APAC North where Blackbird Ventus did it with 79 points behind T1 and OP.GG, Lynx did it with 89 points, completely dominating the game from start to finish. They won in the last game when it mattered the most. They dropped a 20 kill game. Insane showing from Lynx, and congratulations to them. Right behind them in second place is Team Dreamfire from China. Myth Apex Team 2, made in Thailand. It was actually Team 2 that was able to go big. Of course, made in Thailand, Team 1 in 6th place. They started popping off as they actually got themselves in the match point. So look how tragic this is. Not only did Lynx do it in that last game, but they denied Invictus and Dreamfire in that game, and 3 more teams that entered the mold in Myth Team 2, Myth Team 1, and Exoblaze.
Yeah, man. A few teams, they crossed that threshold. I know this one is going to haunt EXO for a while. They had a few games where things just did not work out for them. They were about 4 or 5 points away from getting that threshold, and they got it, but it was just a little bit too late there at the end. Linux wasn't playing around. Okay, they was not playing around whatsoever. They just wanted to get this tournament over and take away that crown and that cash prize.
Yeah, that's exactly right. In our top 5 total, or maybe top 6 it was, we had 3 teams from Thailand, we had 2 teams from China, and of course we had Exo, founded by Exodus, the team from Australia, hands down the best team in Australia, New Zealand region. Just goes to show the diversity in talent, the diversity in skill, and how competitive this APAC South region is. Blaze, it was an absolute honor to be able to cast this action, finally bring an ALGS broadcast to the APAC South region. And speaking of an honor, let's take a look at the highlights next to see Lynx's final points right there. They controlled their fate, Blaze.
Yeah, and it wasn't at this one. And so right here, they had some decisions to make, and they were aggressive all game. And our John, I remember we were saying, like, now is the time where it is for you to be aggressive. Go up to that window, trade some massive shots, and they harassed from both ends of the truck, and they got the kills in which they needed there. They got it done. We didn't talk a lot about Dreamfire there in that last circle. I want to say they made it to a top 4 finish, and they had an opportunity to win as well. We had 2 teams there, but just Dreamfire could not make it into that last rotation and kind of got picked off there. But hey, in the end, you just got to look forward towards the autumn season. Autumn
exactly
season.
Right. Yeah, that's the good news, is we still have Autumn Circuit ahead of us, which is amazing. So excited for Autumn Circuit. If you did not see the announcement, make sure to head to playapex.com/ALGS for all info on competitive Apex. But we're excited for Autumn Circuit. We got to give a major congratulations again to Lynx. And the way that they didn't close it out right there was actually Gopgop, who dominated with the Mastiff. He hit shot after shot, 74 damage, another 70, slowly but surely tore away at the armor and health of the opponent team and was able to come out on top. A dominant showing from Lynx and from Gopgap, kind of leading the way as the Wraith, who's exactly who you want to be the tip of the spear.
And that's one of those moments where it's like, okay, who can put out 600 damage first? Which team can put out 600 damage first and come out on top and win the fight? And as soon as both squads committed, it was Linux who set the tone of the fight. They started shooting first, and they came out on top.
That's exactly right. They did it in a very dominant way as well. So again, major congratulations to them. We, of course, are now through our APAC North, our Americas, and our APAC South region. We have EMEA coming up in a few hours. Hey, if you're people out in the chat like Birdie, I know Zenya and a few others that have been watching every single broadcast since the Americas all the way now to APAC South, if you can stick with us through EMEA, you are an absolute machine. My hat goes off to you. We, of course, have one more tournament, one more broadcast, and arguably, Blaze, it's the most competitive region in competitive Apex.
Hey, well, you know what? You better, all you guys at home who are watching, go get a quick nap while you can, all right? Linux just did us a favor. They ended this one in the shortest amount of time out of all the other playoffs we had. So they looked out for you, John. They looked out for everybody else. So you guys can get a little bit of quick shut-eye because you guys got to get up and watch EMEA.
Oh, you better believe it. I'm gonna sneak in a quick power nap if I can, but you just reminded me. Thank you, Blaze. Someone won a bet between the two of us.
Oh,
someone has to do some sort of physical activity, whether it's push-ups or, you name it, whatever it might be. We'll get back to that. But let's take a look at some tweets as we had each and every one of you tweeting at us the entire broadcast. We appreciate that. Using the hashtag ALGS, and you see it first. Donovan, chilling at work and watching some play Apex. Look at that setup. Donovan, you're an absolute beast, man. We got multi-monitors, 2 of the computers/monitors devoted to Apex Legends, a couple others to an Excel spreadsheet there.
Man, hey, that's way more monitors than I got on my desk, okay? But love the setup right there. Hey, work looks fun. I got 5 monitors. Actually, I got 4 monitors, and I think I got 1 too many, all right?
Yeah.
Oh, look at this one, though.
baby. Ken's, big shot to Ken's GX with the beautiful artwork. Look at that, ready to war. At Guy Blaze
Ken,
Live. You got the tag, Blaze.
I appreciate you, man. Okay, I saw this tweet, and that's actually the Pathfinder skin I used.
Yo!
He got the sword with it as well. I rocked the War Machine. And Pathfinder out here, he's ready to slay, okay? That has me motivated to get out of plat.
I love it. That's your new background. That's like the Windows XP
That's
background behind
right
that
now.
too, by the way. Officially going to be your new background. You better take a picture of it. I want to see it. And then, of course, we had Raymond Zero saying North America is still up and we are going crazy. How Southern is pushing so fast. I know, right? APAC South played with ultimate aggression. Blaze, I can hardly keep up.
I couldn't either, man. Okay, these games went by so quick. The team comps was so much different than what I saw, when it came down to the Americas and EMEA gameplay. And hey, I like how APAC's how the APAC region plays South and North, man. They love to fight, they love to shoot, and they're straight to the business, man. They're about
exactly
that
right.
action.
Yeah, they're about that smoke. They're about that static. Of course, fun to watch, fun to cast, as well as I really enjoyed watching our Asia Pacific teams in the preseason invitational in Krakow, Poland a year ago. Of course, APAC South delivered to that expectation of playing with aggression, playing with high skill. It is amazing to see how skillful these players are. And speaking of which, we have the moment of the match ready. Let's go ahead and take a look at the moment of the match from APAC South. And there you have it. How could you not call that the moment of the match plays, where Lynx had a chance to control their own fate, control their own destiny, as you saw the Legion moment of the match right there. And speaking of Legion, we also have the Legion Summer Circuit giveaway. If you have not yet entered it, make sure to go to twitter.com/Lenovo Legion for your chance to win a Legion 5i computer. That thing is a absolute beast. We've been running this entire broadcast. Yes, the entire broadcast on a laptop. It's actually insane. You could win yourself a Legion 5i. Make sure to support Lenovo Legion. If you're a fan of Apex, support the company that supports us in competitive Apex. Support Lenovo Legion.
No, most definitely, man. Those laptops do not play around there, John. Okay, and when it comes down to that moment of the match, man, they could have played that clip out 3 minutes before that, and it would have just been Linux just racking up those kills as all the teams just tried to get into the circle from the east, from the west. It didn't matter where they was coming from. They had the perfect rotation, and their shots was crispy.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And speaking of crispy shots, we had quite a few people putting some crispy shots in all day long, all night long, of course, for us here in these States. Let's go ahead and take a look at the kills leaderboard to see who was the APAC Predator. Coined, by the way, by my man Guy Blaze. And guess who it is? None other than Saiyajin of Lynx with 20 kills. Yes, that's one individual. That's one person with 20 kills. Sayamoto does it. What a performance from Saya.
You could have told me he got them all in that last game, and I probably would have believed you the way that he was playing, okay? Hell, throughout 6 games, man, he dominated. He led the way for his squad. And when he is shooting like that, hell, don't change your team comp. If it ain't broke, okay? If it ain't broke, no need to fix it. Keep it where it is.
That's exactly right. They actually crushed it. Of course, we know that Dreamfire and IG Invictus Gaming was dominating the kills category, but it was that last game where Lynx took over. You see Lalabang right behind him with 14. What a performance from Lynx. The King Slayers of the APAC South region in Lynx. They played so incredibly well, and they showed Thailand is still on top. It may have not been the team you expected. We all thought it'd be either Myth 1, Myth 2, a couple of these other squads that are so incredibly strong from Thailand, maybe Jester, but in the end it was Lynx that proves they're the best team in the APAC South region, boys.
Nah, yes, they do. And they did it with style. They did it with flair. They did it with fire. And, you know, some teams just could not match their energy. We had some great wins. You know, we got a chance to see Thornberry go back-to-back and a few other teams get some victories there. But these boys stayed consistent throughout the entirety of the tournament. 34 kills between those two players. That's impressive.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They performed incredibly well throughout. Big congratulations again to Lynx. We got to keep giving them some promotion because they deserve it. However, if you are a fan of competitive Apex, make sure to follow us on all things Apex, twitch.tv/playapex. So keep up with our streams. Of course, you can go to the YouTube channel, youtube.com/playapexcompete to subscribe to our YouTube channel for all VOD and live tournaments. Of course, follow us on Twitter @playapex and use the hashtag ALGS whenever you're tweeting about anything competitive Apex Legends. And of course, if you want information on Autumn Circuit and all things Apex Legends Global Series, go to playapex.com/ALGS. That is the official website, and all information on Autumn Circuit and everything else that's coming up can be found there. And of course, Battlefy, which powers all the tournament organization experiences, battlefy.com/ALGS to sign up for the next Apex Legends Global Series tournament. You could be the person that we are casting in the next tournament, whether you're from the Americas, whether you're from EMEA, whether you're from the Asia Pacific region. Make sure to sign up on all things Apex Legends. And of course, you can also tweet at us using hashtag ALGS for your chance to win those 1,000 Apex coins in future broadcasts for EMEA in a couple of hours. So, hey, one last chance to tweet, one last chance to get featured. Make sure to hit us up, and you have to be following us on Twitter @PlayApex. And, of course, that's not it. Of course, all things Electronic Arts, all things EA, all things esports are coming your way. We also have Madden starting September 15th. Tune in on Must Watch Tuesday nights as the Madden NFL 21 Championship Series kicks off with 2 brand new weekly shows. Live coverage begins at 8 p.m. Eastern with King of the Hill. Madden pros and NFL rookies each compete in their own gauntlet tournaments, followed by Derwin James versus the World, where the LA Chargers star safety and best NFL Madden player takes on the biggest musicians, celebrities, and athletes week after week. Catch all the action on twitch.tv/EA Madden NFL and Madden Competitive Gaming on YouTube. It's Must Watch Tuesday nights.
Must watch indeed, folks, okay? Hell, football season has started. Get your football on Sunday, Monday, and now Tuesday. And then you got Apex for the weekend, all right? There you go.
That's your week. That's all the entertainment you need.
That's
right
all
there.
you need.
I don't know why you need anything else, to be honest with you. Couldn't agree more with that. Blaze, we're going to be wrapping up here in a moment, but any final words from you?
Oh man, hey, a lot of love to the production team, everybody who helped put this show on all day today. It was 3 broadcasts that happened, and there's still 1 more left to come. All the fans, the awesome community out there, and the entire APAC South region. You guys made this night entertaining for all the APAC fans around the world, and congrats to Linux once again.
That's exactly right. Lynx does it with the victory, and my heartfelt thank you goes to our entire production crew and staff who's been working tirelessly for the past 3 weeks, 12 to 18-hour days, and making it all possible. Of course, the biggest shout out to Simona, who never gets enough love behind the scenes. She does so much, of course, alongside Laura and everyone else on our crew who made this show possible. Big thank you to my fellow casters and talent. Of course, the one and only Guy Blaze, but also Girl, Finn, Onset, and Gaskin, who've been holding it down and bringing the hype all day long. Lastly, most importantly, thank you to you, the Apex community, the viewers, and the teams and players who competed in the tournament, providing such entertainment, such hype, such energy in the chat. Can't thank you all enough. My name is Fallout, and I am signing off for now. We'll see you in a couple hours for Europe, Middle East, and Africa, and trust me, you will not want to miss it. See you in a few hours.